Hey, YouTube, how is it going? I hope all is well and that you're having a wonderful day. Never mind the laundry in the background, it'll go away soon enough, but we have some progress to make. So, as you can see, we've got the Red Bull here, we've got the chassis here, we've got the turret board there, we've got the soldering iron over here ready to get turned on and get going, all that fun stuff. So, not much progress was made yesterday, unfortunately. We did get all of these things wired up, but we did get a treat in the mail today. I got my PEM, my PEM. This is my power entry module, and it fits quite nicely in its little hole right here. So this is where this will go. You can see I've already got some dots marked out for it, but this is going to be nice. So this unit here has all like the noise abatement kind of built into it. It gets rid of the line noise. It's kind of got all that stuff built into it. I also like that it's kind of all just, you know, in one, if you will. I'll shoot it up this way so you can kind of see. It's made by Delta, so I didn't cheap out. I got the nice stuff, all kinds of fun stuff. So we got that. That is a big jump forward. I did make a couple other executive decisions. I have that other effects module, or whatever you want to call it, effects loop module, and I was doing some more mathing, and it looks like it'll fit in this space that I have here, no problema whatsoever. So I did put some slightly taller what do you want to call them? Standoffs, if you will. I put some taller standoffs in there, so we don't need to technically wait for those screws to come in. We still are waiting for the shorter bolts for the power transformer, though. These things are still going to be a little bit close to the bolt leads there. So, hey, Randy, how's it going there? It'll be cool. I can tell you that for a fact. It will be very cool. So, part of the reason I wanted to get this up a little bit taller is that it was pretty much touching these, you know, I keep forgetting the name of them, but they're basically tube sockets, right? So I was able to get it, so they still are there. I could go a little bit taller still yet. I may go with 3/4 after all, once I get the effects unit and I know exactly how far I can put it in there. With the effects unit, it would be nice to get it so everything's in line, but there's a part of me that wants to make it so it's offset a little bit. That's good to hear, man. Glad to hear. I kind of want it to be offset a little bit, so that way when you're looking at the back, it's very clear that these are speakers and that is effects. Because it has happened many a time before where you put the effects towards the center, and you know that's where most people are used to it, I feel anyway. But then you go and you plug the speaker in and you get it in the wrong hole, which happens on occasion. But we'll see when that actually gets here. But this thing is looking good. We do got a few more holes yet to drill, but yeah, we've got the. See if I can get it up there for you. There it is. So you can see there where the holes need to go for the PEM, as I call it. I did a couple other things too yesterday. I double checked on the wiring there to make sure that was all good. Another thing I was able to do was to fix some of my blemishes, so that blemish that was on the front there, it wasn't very noticeable yesterday anyway, but I was able to get it to clean up. The nice thing about this this paint is I believe it's oil based, but it pretty much melts back into itself when you put another layer on, especially if it hasn't quite hardened all the way. So in this case, I mean, it's still got a little bit of curing to do. And another thing I did was I put the felt on the inside. Now that is to try to help it from ringing. It's still gonna ring, but I don't think it's gonna be a problem for us either way. It was just kind of like that little finishing touch that I was looking for. So let's start getting going on a couple other things here, though. I'm gonna set some stuff down real quick. My apologies. There we go. So as I had mentioned, I kind of went over the schematic a little bit. Holes that are fixed, you just can't make new ones, right? Just cannot make new ones. That's the unfortunate thing. So we did go through, or I did go through and verify all these connections here. I have not yet soldered them yet. But there is one thing I want to address. Yesterday, Riley had brought up he was talking about noise with the resistors and whatnot. And I didn't mean to sound like I was correcting him, and I hope he doesn't think that that's what I was trying to do. I was trying to reaffirm what he was telling people, but I kind of biffed it a little bit. I was talking about two different types of noises. One of those noises was Johnson noise, and the other one I called shot noise. I was incorrect on the shot noise. Shot noise is a thing that is... it's like a junction type of noise, so it's for like transistors and diodes and stuff like that where there's a transition layer. Shot noise is that's what you'll hear there. The noise that I was actually referring to, or should have referred to more appropriately, was excess noise. Hey, there's Riley right now. What do you know? Yeah, right? Dale is apparently home and doing well. Well, as well as one can be for going through surgery and all that fun stuff. Apparently he's rather hungry right now. He said he would try to stop in, at least on Andy's channel, he said he would try to stop in later. But Riley, thank you. I was just talking about you. I just wanted to say I apologize first and foremost. I didn't mean to talk yesterday when we were talking about resistors. Like I was trying to correct you. I meant more of it like to reaffirm what you were saying. And I was just going over Johnson noise versus the excess noise. I inappropriately called it shot noise. But Johnson noise is the noise of a resistor just due to electron flow through it, period. It's irregardless. I know some people don't like that word, but regardless of the type of resistor, when electrons flow through a resistor, the higher that resistance and the more electrons that flow through it, the more noise you get. Hiss is what we hear it as. The other noise, which is more related to how it's constructed, so carbon composition, carbon film, metal oxide, etc., that is the excess noise. So carbon comp is the noisiest, whereas, dare I say, wire wound or wire resistors are the least noisy. Not much beyond that. Now, there is a way to cheat that a little bit. The larger you go in resistor value for wattage, so we're talking like quarter watt, half watt, 1 watt, 2 watt, 3 watt, etc. For the resistor, the larger you go in that value, the lower its noise will be. And I'm talking about excess noise in this case. But metal film is still pretty much the quietest resistor that's practical for most of our application. And I would dare say that even a half watt variant would still be quieter than even like a 2 watt variant of any other type. Carbon comp, especially, but even carbon film. I think it's like a 10x difference between carbon comp and even carbon film or something like that. I don't know the exact math around it, but just know that metal film is not evil. It still does what it's supposed to do, yada yada yada. So all right, I think I've bored enough people out of here. It's time to get going here. You can see that we do not have a lot of wire left, and I've pretty much used and abused the entirety of my my little Brasso sponge there. Some people like that character. I don't know. Oh, so Riley, here's another thought that I had since we got you here. Yesterday we were talking about how the grid stopper on that first node could kind of be problematic and can cause a lot of noise. And it kind of dawned on me that the noise that we hear is hiss, which means it's just high frequency hash or whatever, right? Well, I don't know, but this is a hypothetical. I imagine since much of the time we are usually, not always, but usually bypassing that with a low value, a picofarad grade cap, right? Which is essentially letting the highs flow over the top of that resistor anyway, unimpeded. So I'm wondering if that has an effect on the noise that we hear. I would assume that we don't really hear much of it past the first octave anyway. Just a thought. So I wonder if maybe that's one of the reasons why, even with my 1 meg that I have in this one, like I don't really seem to have a hiss problem. Maybe it's because the way that I put a peaking cap or treble bleed cap over the top of it, if more or less that abates the hiss aspect of it. I don't know. But I guess let's just talk about this a little bit more. I'm gonna get the iron on, and let's see here, 721. That's pretty good. Ooh, excuse me, got the burpees already. It's a real show. So what I would suggest before you start putting iron to your turrets is to obviously just kind of go through and double check, verify, and all that fun stuff. I would say it is also wise to get something to put underneath. I would also suggest using something like wood or something that is not very conductive, especially to that of heat. We want to try to keep the heat in these turrets, and half the challenge with soldering on the bottom of these turrets is dealing with getting the heat in there so you can get the solder to flow, and it has proven for me to be a pain in the ass. This is not exactly a fun thing to do. There's a good possibility I may even bust out another fan here in a minute. I don't have my exhaust fan on, and I don't have my exhaust fan on because it's quite noisy. But it is nice when you're soldering to, you know, have some sort of extraction. So it is a proven fact. I believe it was done on Mythbusters, or what was that show with Matt, the guy from the internet, or something like that, or Nate from the internet. I think that group. I can't remember the original channel name that he came from, but they did like this thing where they tried to prove why the fumes from soldering always go towards you, and it has something to do with the heat transfer, because we're usually putting our hands nearby like this, right? And then the airflow, like, it's just everything wants to pull it, suck it towards you, right in your freaking face every time. So yeah, having a nice little breeze. A bit of signal before the grid stopper. Not sure to be. Yeah, you know, I don't know. Like I say, I tend to go with as low a value as I can, because I know that it does, you know, have noise. But I haven't had too many problems with it. Again, though, I don't usually do high gain amps where I have 4 or 5 of those things in circuit. So I imagine it gets worse as you start compounding the amount of voltage that's applied, you know, over each gain stage. And incidentally, I know that you were talking yesterday about using grids 6, 7, and 8 as your primary. I thought this was kind of interesting. I didn't even notice it until today, but I'll show it right now. So if you look here, on this particular node, they use 6, 7, and 8. And on this one here, they also use 6, 7, and 8. And this is the high watt. So they didn't use 1, 2, and 3, they used 6, 7, and 8. Now, I always thought it was just because it was easier to get off the turret, or not off the turret, but off the turret board to the tube socket. I thought maybe that was what it was. Hey, Spent Electrons, how's it going there, man? I thought maybe that's what it was. It could be partly due to what you're talking about. I had not heard that until you mentioned it, so maybe that's a possibility as to why they did it here. You'll also notice that the normal channel, the one that they probably thought you were going to use, I'm going to assume that they thought most people would use the normal channel, but 6, 7, and 8. But in either case, enough of... Oh, is that even fitting on there? That's probably not even fitting, is it? I don't know. I got to double check my screen sizing things that go on here. I'll do that later. In either case, let's get this guy out of here. I'm giving you all the goodies today. So, that's been on. It's warm. I'm going to absolutely burn through the remainder of my solder today. And so, I guess what I was kind of getting at was that you should just use something underneath this that doesn't suck up all the heat. I guess that was the biggest point I was trying to make. So I'm just going to move this out of the way, and we're just going to do this. And I apologize, this is not going to be exciting. There is one other thing that you may want, because things do get hot. Now, I usually go over this probably at least one more time, so twice. Mainly because by the time you get around the first time, like, you just need to get them kind of locked in the first time around. And then after that, it's not as big a deal, but it's just a matter of getting the solder to melt onto the turret first. The wire really isn't where you're trying to get this stuff to stick to, but You just kind of got to get it stuck first. That just really helps more than anything. So I'm just going to get going here. And you can see the freaking solder smoke goes straight towards me. Like every freaking time. And I don't pick a typical direction. Hey, thank you, my man. Good to see you. Thanks for coming in. I don't pick a particular direction. I just kind of get it in there. Just hit whatever's nearby, I guess. Sometimes it is smart to do some of the inner stuff first before you go to the outer stuff. So I think on this one here, I've got enough space. I'm not going to worry about it, but I am going to get down in here. Get this done and out of the way here. Oh, this is so fun. This is so fun. Now, there's a couple different ways you could do this. You could, if you really, really wanted, bump the heat up on the gun or on the iron. That sometimes helps just get this over with. Obviously, if you're trying to do this with the normal PVC jacket, you're gonna have a hell of a time because you will probably melt the wire before you get this stuff to stick. I guess another thing you could do is go ahead of it and put some what's that stuff, flux on there, but I guess that's up to you on whether or not you want to go that way. I tried using the flux at one point and I didn't really care for it. I found it to be a little too temperamental, so it didn't help make anything any better for me, is what I guess is what I mean. Dun, 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 dun. There we go. Now, this is where having like something like this is helpful, because you want that thing to be pressed down nice and tight, I guess is what you could say. But I'm just gonna keep on keeping on here. Dun, 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 dun. Did everybody have a good day at work, I hope? I had a good day at work. It was a busy day. We've got a lot going on. So during the day, I am an IT technician, and needless to say, I don't know how it is, but there's always something. You wouldn't think that things could break every day, but it's inevitable. It is inevitable. Something will be broken on the daily. And that did not. So this is why you're generally going to have to go through twice. You kind of get it soldered at first, just to kind of get the ball rolling, and then you come back around to it to kind of finish the job up, I guess, if you will. Sometimes this works, sometimes it doesn't. The first time, that is. And that's going to suck if it's going to continue like that. I'm going to hold it there for a second, let it cool. We're going to get the end and we'll go back to that. Big thing is to get them all just kind of locked into place. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Do the locomotion. Just debating how I wanted to do that. Turn a 30-minute cycle time. There you go. Hell yeah. When you come up on time, that's always good. That is always good. I want to pull this closer that way if I can. I want to try to get some length out of this wire here, because it does kind of got to go around that guy. Oh no! Oh no! It's happened finally. It's been a long while. I think I've had this thing for at least a couple years, maybe. Yeah, a little over a year. Come on. There it goes. So these do stay hot for a long time. Again, that's why you should put something like wood underneath, keep them from moving. So I will go back over, like I said, again on these. And another thing that we'll have to do is clean up all of the flux that gets around these, because you will end up with quite a bit of flux. And obviously you don't want to have... Come on, I want you to stick, please. Thank you. So I'm going to go ahead and yank that out a little ways so I can get to that a little bit easier. Actually, I'm going to come at it from this angle. Oh, the dangle. Down. Down for the count. I'm going to clean the tip. You want a clean tip? Every now and then you should do that. I don't know if you should do it every joint. I guess it depends on just how busy you are with it, but... Okay. Isn't this the most exciting thing you've ever seen in your entire life? I apologize. I know this is not exciting at the moment, but this is what it takes to do this job. This is how it is done. And there's 4 of you that are actually kind of watching. I'm shocked. That is better than I thought we were going to have. Ow. Okay. Might have a joint or 2 left on this thing. Now this would suck if you get this wrong, especially after you put it in the amplifier. So we'll go through, it's probably best to go through at least a few times to make sure that you have nailed it. Because at this point, there's not much going back after that. I'm going to move that one out of the way. Oh, you don't. And it did, of course. That's what it does. Started pulling my thing up. There we go. So that joint I did twice. I know you probably couldn't really see it, but it's not even worth showing you yet. I did it twice. In either case, the second time around it always goes better. Pretty new to the design too, and I was looking to build a 6L6 for basic design and or in general. Honest to God, just most all of the amps, especially when it comes to like the power section, are pretty much the same. Like they're 9 out of 10 of them are going to be relatively close. So if you want to do a 50 watt design, I mean, you're pretty much stuck with, if you're going to go 6L6, you got like the Soldano hot rod or whatever it is, the Avenger. You've got some of the Fender designs, obviously, like I'm not too familiar with a lot of the Fenders and stuff like that, but you know what I mean? Pick the one that you're interested in and just kind of graft the just the power section of it. I like to start with the power supply first. It's going to be pretty much the same power supply regardless of how many preamp tubes you use. If you're looking for something that's just a power amp, you have to have the phase inverter, so you're going to include the phase inverter section. And then you may as well just use one tube or one triode in front of the phase inverter as a driver, something to actually push level into. You could do a cathode follower design if you want. It's up to you, but you're basically just looking for some sort of basic preamp type thing, a one triode or even a single 12AX7 worth of triodes anyway. So 2 triodes worth of amplification in front of the thing. Which pretty much means at that point you're looking at a Fender anyway. So, I mean, when you get down to the brass tacks of it. Try not to get too crazy though, because you'll be shocked to know that there's really not all that much different between the different brands. In that regard anyway. They all kind of do the same thing. I hope that answers your question. I mean, I know it's kind of a bullshit answer, but realistically, there's the power section in almost all the amps is pretty much the same. I don't know why, it just is. Okay, so I got that little sliver left. It is time to bust out the new stuff. So let's get the new stuff going here. All right. Are we gonna take any bets on whether or not this stuff does a better job than this old stuff? Watch, like all of a sudden, all the solder joints are gonna go a lot easier or something like that because the solder's newer. Oh, this is the thick wire shit. That's not really what I wanted. Did they give me a different version? 1.5 mil. Yeah, this is the thicker stuff. I might need to order some more stuff. This is the thicker wire. I don't know how or why I got the thick 1.5 mil stuff, but oh well. That's what we got right now. I have some other stuff that's a little bit older. Probably not quite as good anymore. So that's all these things are. It's literally a brasso, and all the flux paste is down on the bottom. But these brasso ones work pretty dang good. I actually kind of like them myself. But hopefully this wire is not too thick and problematic, but it is definitely some thick stuff. So I will be ordering some more of this thinner shit soon enough. Oops. As they say, you know how you've done it right? You've done it twice. That might be problematic though, because we're not doing joints quite that big. The nice thing about the smaller stuff is it's kind of like a ratio, I guess you could say. It's kind of like a ratio of flux to solder that you get when you dab it in there. We'll see. We're about to find out. Right, meow. Okay. This stuff might work better. Who knows? Ooh, so pretty. All right. And it should melt the same. I'm not worried about that, but I'm gonna go for this big fat joint down here. The other nice thing about the smaller wire is it fits down in some of those spots a little bit easier. And if you wouldn't mind staying put. Well, it works. We're gonna end up having a lot of excess solder to get rid of is what's gonna happen here. Quite certain. All right, let's see here. Let's get this one here. I'm gonna order some of that tonight, so hopefully by Wednesday we'll have what we're looking for. What we really want anyway. So, isn't this exactly what you wanted to see today? There's 4 of you. There's like absolutely nobody interested in watching a dude solder. It's like the best television ever. What did you do today? Well, I watched some jackass solder his freaking amplifier. Oh, that's exciting. Sure. I know, like, a couple of you guys are like, no, Luke, this is actually exciting for us. I hear you. I do hear you. But I haven't figured out a way to make this, like, interesting yet. I don't think. I'm working on getting it to be the interesting. I want it to be interesting. Trust you me. I also want that to go down all the way. There it is. Okay, let's see here. Let's get this guy again here. I will also warn you that there's a limitation to how long you can hold the iron on these things, on the turrets, before the solder will suck itself all the way down to the bottom. So be mindful that too much of a good thing is still too much. And I would say that it's best to... Oh, thank God the laundry's done. Now, is that where that needs to go? I want to double check here. Hold on. I'm going to do some work in the back end here. Let's see here. No, that needs to go down to that one. See, I almost biffed it right now. That needs to go there. And that is a lonesome dove. Okay, perfect. All right, it's going to be a lot quieter in here now that the laundry is not going. Which might even make this even worse of a video. Because now y'all just get to hear my thoughts literally creaking along in my head there. We're cruising along here, though. It's looking pretty good for the most part. So I remember the first time I did this on the... You can just see it back there behind me on my... what would be my right-hand shoulder. But it's the one, I believe, that's on your left side over... Well, it's over here. That amp there. I remember trying to do all this stuff, but they had all the PVC wire. Holy hell. I ended up having to go back a couple times and replacing some wires because they did not look very good after I was done. Schematics, I'm realizing they're all pretty similar, but I have been having a hard time boiling them down. So, most basic setup. I mean, so the way to think of it this way, to try to simplify it, power supply, you're going to have the plate supply, which is comes off your reservoir node. So that's the very first cap that's in your power supply. All right, so just kind of visualize that. That kind of sets the pace for the whole of the amp. After that, the next node is going to power the screens. All right, so the screens are part of the output tube, and that's what kind of helps the tube do what it's supposed to do and keeps it kind of under control, if you will. I mean, it's basically its job is to keep the tube under control. So we're halfway through the basic connections of an output tube. The third node almost always goes towards the phase inverter, the pi, as you probably hear it as a lot of times, right? So once you get through that, you're basically halfway through your design. So, like I say, if you copy pretty much anything anyone else out there has done, there's a reason why they've done it that way. You're going to find for most 50 watt amps that you're going to be sitting around a 4,000 to 5,000, 3,300 even, primary impedance output transformer. And then they're going to have a power, they're generally going to have right around 450 volts. Sorry, I'm talking down, but I mean to be talking up. But they're probably going to have around 450 volts on the plate. So you just kind of got to find a power transformer that's similar for the, to the amp that you're looking to copy, more or less. Let's Stay right there. And then for the phase inverter is almost always the same, right? Like they just don't fall far from the tree in that regard. So, and did I furk it up? Yeah, I did. I was supposed to put this in that hole that I already freaking soldered. That is going to make things a little bit more difficult for me here, because now I got to put a thing down in a hole. Down in a hole. Right? All the phase inverters are pretty much the same, right? They don't really venture far from the... They just don't venture far off. Fender. Like, you just take a Fender. If you look at a Fender and 99% of the other ones out there, they've all done the same damn thing. You know, 82-100 for the plate resistors, etc., etc. It works, and it works for a reason. After that, the hardest part is going to be deciding how to create a driver stage for it, because that is not typical of most of those designs. Most of them have a preamp of some sort that's driving into it, but more or less you just need a tube stage or two, and if you want to put a tone stack in it, then, you know, you got to figure out how you want to drive that tone stack. To keep it simple, I would just do a single parallel, you know, a single triode. And then from that triode, I would go into a normal plate-driven tone stack. So something similar to kind of like a Fender. Any one of the basic designs, like the Fender Deluxe or something like that. I think that one only uses basically one tube before it hits the phase inverter. Not Deluxe, but the Fender Deluxe Reverb. Sorry, I'm trying to walk and chew bubblegum here at the same time. And I got that one too hot, and it sucked solder down a little bit. We'll come back to that one. It's not a big deal. Okay, I swear to God, I'm going to make sense here eventually. But right, so now you've kind of got your basic design for the preamp done, and it's not that complicated because you're just literally going to use one triode, feed it into a Fender Marshall Vox tone stack, and then you're going to have a makeup gain stage. That's why you're going to use the second triode. And that's just to make it so that way you can actually drive the phase inverter hard enough to make it actually do some work. And that's it. Like, you're basically just going to build a Fender still, even though you're just trying to make a preamp. Now you can, if you want, put... what's the word I'm searching for? Negative feedback. You can do that. I would, in fact, do that. So again, you're going to a Fender. Just copy one of the more basic Fenders, and you're going to be okay. But I would shoot for a B+ of around at least 400 to as much as 450. And let's see here. We are moving along actually here. Ow, that thing's still pretty hot. This one got booted. So this one I want to take out. But just to reiterate, I guess again, you're going to look at 5 different power amps, and I kid you not, they're all going to have pretty much the same topology going on. They're just not that different. Let's see if we can get this to play here for us. So this one I got to get the solder to suck to the backside. And I've got 3 wires and the turret trying to suck all the heat out of everything here. And it's not letting me do it. This one might take a couple of rounds. Either that or I'll have to punch the heat up a little bit. I try not to do that if I don't have to. Sometimes punching the heat up will beat the absorption, or whatever you want to call it, of the heat sink that is the turret at that point. Or the wire. If you got a really long wire and a turret, it will, darn you. it'll eat up all your heat before you can get it into the thing, or it'll do something silly like that. Ah! It's not going to play nice with me today, apparently. Come on, baby. This isn't difficult. Or at least it shouldn't be. We'll let that cool down. Sorry. That one goes there. Let's see here. Enter the giveaway. Yeah, you should enter the giveaway. Everybody needs to enter the giveaway. Needs a full tube, I believe. Yeah, no, I kind of agree. I think you'll have to have at least a full 12AX7 for the driver pushing a long tail pair, if he wants to have tone control. If he's not going to go with tone control, because he's just going to go straight up, you know, input into volume, he might be able to get away with a half a triode. Might be able to. Not going to say yes that he will, but he might. A typical 12AX7, I mean, depending on how you bias it and how you set it up. Oh man, you little brat. You should be able to get, I think Riley was saying 10 to 20 volts out of it. I think you only need about 3 volts to get a triode to really start breaking up. A single triode. We're not talking about going into a parallel type thing or whatnot. It takes a little bit more to get that going, but for the most part. And that one's going to go there. Yes. This solder is not acting as bad as I thought it was going to act. I might try giving it a shot on the other side before I completely write it off. But I think I want to come back on that one later. I still kind of wish I had not gotten the wrong one. I'd have to double check my order. It's possible that they gave me the wrong one, because I'm generally pretty good about that kind of stuff, but I am mistakable. Oh, you dirty little brat. Wires are trying to jump ship over here. Doesn't do me any good. You get in your home. You get in your home. So we'll go through after all these are kind of put in, and we'll weld them in place. Use AI to create a poster for the giveaway. Freaking AI, man. Like the AI I've been using for my thumbnails lately, that really like made me look like I have some weird disease or something. I don't know what it is. I didn't really notice it at first, maybe because I was just in a hurry and wanted to get the picture made, but my buddy Brian was like, dude, you need to stop having AI make your pictures. I was like, well, I just, you know, I don't have time. I don't have time. There are so many things I need to be doing right now. I should be making a web page or a website. Originally I was going to get a website. I was going to update Legacy Amplification's website to get going with this giveaway here. But I've just been so freaking busy with all the everything that I haven't had a chance to get the verbatim done for that. And yeah, just excuses, right? Just nothing but freaking excuses. Full of them. Full of them. All right, come on, baby. Let's do this, you and me. I know you want to. This one's going to be tough because it's got 3 of these freaking turds in there. And what I probably should have done was left more wire exposed. And I'm probably not helping because I'm not showing you guys anything here either. Come on. As I recall, we had the same problem on the other one that had 3 of these things. There it goes. Now it's starting to melt. All right, we're gonna let that solidify. We're gonna come back to that one here in a minute. What I want to do though is I think I want to do this. This one here is a little bit. I want it to go on the outside. That's what I want it to do. There he is. No, actually, well, yes, I guess. I use ChatGPT and I do have a subscription, but it's just the $20. It's the $20 a month one. I use it to just answer like math questions mostly. Interestingly enough, I hate doing the math. Like, I hate freaking math. Me and math don't get along. So I usually just use Aurora. I got her to name herself. I somehow managed to trick it into giving itself a name. And needless to say, Aurora, she's my calculator. If you will, that is what she does for me. All right, it looks like I've only got one spot left. Then we can kind of go back through everything and touch it all up. All right. Let me do just a quick little once over here. Nothing's popped through the other side. That's good. That's hot. So this guy here, you can kind of see what I was talking about there. It'll just float up. And the reason is I don't want it to cross these two wires that are right here. Some of the other things that we'll do, as I was mentioning, is you can go through and kind of change the shape of these after you've done stuff. So, you just kind of go through and tweak them how you want them. Like this one here, we're going to do something more like that with it. This one here, we're going to do something more like that with it. Right? So the objective with that was to get it to run underneath all these things here. So there's a whole path right there where there's space. So you just kind of do whatever you can to try to make it fit where you want it to fit. But you got to be mindful of things like this. There is a standoff that goes right there. So you want to make sure that this thing will clear the standoff. So we'll probably do something a little more like that and kind of work it in at an angle. Now you could, I guess in theory, what's the word I'm looking for? Super glue it down or something like that. There's a bunch of different things you could do. Now the reason I did this the way I did for a lot of this, if that made any sense whatsoever, was mainly for not getting things to crissy-cross over the top of itself. I'm trying to minimize things crissy-crossing. So that's why some of these decisions were made. So you can see here, this one goes around as opposed to just going straight through. So it goes around that guy. Hey, what's going on, Wiggy Diggy? So with the ground side of things, I don't really worry about it as much. With signal, depending on what the signal is, I will worry about it. You don't really want to have signal wires crissy-crossing other signal wires. You also don't want signal wires getting too close to other things. So which one of these is a signal wire? I believe it is this one here. Yeah, I believe it's this one here. You can kind of see it's just splitting off between these two turrets right there. That is a signal wire, but all the rest of this stuff there is grounds, so I'm not really worried about that. It's traveling next to grounds, it's not that big a deal when you've got signal wire. But if you've got other stuff, HT and whatnot, yeah, that can be problematica. So something we're going to do after we've done through this, it's best to let it cool a little bit more. But all of the flux will harden, and you want to clean that off. But first and foremost, we need to go back through and touch up all of our welds here and just make them look the part. And it always works best the second time around because you've already got everything all fluxed up nicely. And you got the heat in the gun. You don't have to heat up as much stuff. It just always works best the second time around. Especially, this one's just going to be a pain. It's soldered in there, I can tell you that. So sometimes if you get the jacket too far into the hole, it will cause little issues. That's what happened to that one. I need to just reduce the amount of jacket that's in the hole. But we're doing all right. It's going to be fine. This one here is pretty good to begin with. And again, I just kind of randomly go around. There is no rhyme or reason to how or why I'm doing it the way I am. This actually went a little bit faster than I thought it was going to go, interestingly enough. Or at least it is seemingly going faster than I thought it would. I know for you guys it's probably excruciating, like, oh my god, I'm literally watching a guy look down, not even at me or talking to me. There's just some dude soldering. One other thing I will note is I would try to move around a little bit, not trying to attack the same wire that you were just working on. That's not exactly a hard thing to imagine because you can just bounce around anyway, but if you move around a little bit, it helps keep some of the heat off of that one particular wire. So if you're using PVC wire down here, it helps. Some of these joints I actually did pretty good the first time around. Luckily, there's a few in here that are not that pretty, like this one. Come on, baby. There it is. Kind of feel like it feels like I need more heat, but we're doing good. I'll just clean the tip. I was reading up a little bit today on temperature. I just realized that my thing is actually set up in Fahrenheit, but I have never, what's the word for it? I have never like calibrated my iron, so I have no idea how accurate it is. I go by feel. It either solders like it's supposed to or it doesn't, and I can kind of generally just tell like if it's gonna be a good day or not with it. I kind of feel like I need a little more heat because it's seemingly sucking too much away faster, but it's doing pretty good. I'm not gonna mess with it, is more or less what I'm saying. Those ones came out all right. This one I'm a little bummed by, but let's see what we can do with this one. This one's gonna be a challenge because it's buried in there with all three of these guys. The big thing is now we're gonna bump this up a little bit. Ugh. Probably should have made sure that this one was really good before I put that other wire on there. I know that it's good. It's a good connection, but I'm just saying, I'm not happy with it. So I am finding that I usually end up right around 700 degrees on my iron. 700 to 720, right in there generally. But I've never calibrated it. And I think for the 60-40 stuff, they're like usually 600 to 700 is the ideal range. I don't know. As long as it's soldering well, I don't care. These are not exactly pretty, but they never are on the bottom. They just never are on the bottom. And I think we're good at this point. Everything is soldered. Cool. All right, I'm gonna call it there. I'm gonna turn that off for now. It went a little bit faster than I thought it would. Now it's time to clean this up a little bit, and then we'll go through and make sure these wires are a little bit, you know, more set apart. Now this is a ground wire here, so it being right nearby this longer power or B plus rail. I was watching Not Live. Wait, how can you watch Not Live? The bottom. So I tried doing that on one of mine. So on one of my builds, I did experiment with something kind of like that, where you take like a solid core wire and you run it all the way through, and then you just kind of eke it over the top of the turret. Elam 1849, I think, does that. The downside to it is I didn't like it. The downside was that it just kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? You lose the space on the top side, right? So you maybe get two components in one thing. If you're lucky, you can get 3 to fit in one hole. Well, when you run that thing all the way through, you're not getting 3 components in there. So that was the downside that I saw to it. I guess that's not the end of the world, because I mean, you're realistically not trying to fit 3 things in every hole. But I didn't find any value in it. It wasn't doing anything for me that was useful. But to each their own. It's definitely a more secure way, I'll say that, but sorry, I'm kind of not working with you guys. So once this stuff solidifies, it's best to wait until it's cold, because then it chips off. If you do it when it's hot, it stays kind of gooey. Oh, phone screen. Gotcha. Okay. I guess I never realized that maybe some of you watch this on a phone. I am a spoiled, rotten little brat. I mean, I'll watch Andy or whatnot on the phone, because I'll be where I'm at the time that he's always on, because he's always on. But for the most part, I always have a laptop nearby or a computer of some sort. So I'm pretty spoiled in that I almost always have a 30-inch some odd screen. I'm one of those guys. I need real estate. So you can see all this flux here. Now a lot of guys will not take the time to clean this stuff off. Flux can become conductive, and it is technically corrosive, so it is best to clean the flux off if you can, especially if it's anywhere near another joining part. So just saying, I will take the time and make it so this looks all nice and clean and pretty and stuff. And before I flip this board over and actually physically attach it to the thing for the last time, I will also just do a once over again, just to make sure that all my joints are correct and pretty. Because you always find something a little bit later that you're just like, I don't know if I'm happy with that. Inevitably. So, and then like this wire here, I'm guaranteeing I'm going to crush it like 3 or 4 times before it's ready to go inside the board or amp. So I just use an implement. You can use plastic. It's probably smart to use plastic, to be honest. I scratch it all off as much as I can. And then I have found, and you're probably going to laugh, but a really good cleanser is not the electronics cleaner, interestingly enough. It's actually starting fluid. Starting fluid, for some reason, doesn't leave any residue, and it actually melts off the freaking flux. The flux is nasty. Like, it goes where it goes, and it's just a bitch to get rid of and clean off. See, like this one here, I'm probably going to end up redoing. I'm already not liking the look of it at the moment. I'm going to clean it off, though, before we do that. This is that one I was telling you about that has, like, the jacket goes a little too far down. So I probably should have stripped off a little bit more. So what I'll do is I'll actually just lift it up a little bit so that the jacket's up out of the hole. And that'll actually help give it some space around that wire that it's crossing over the top of. Little things like that. So I mentioned that it was a problem before, and now that I go back around, I can see that it's actually a problem. Little things like that. And you only get a few chances on this before it's gone. Like, once you put this thing in the amp and you start attaching wires to it, like, it's not such a big deal when you're just dealing with, you know, putting the components in there. But yeah, once you start actually connecting wires around, you do not want to find out that you biffed it somewhere. Ugh, this stuff gets everywhere. So even though you chip all this stuff off, and it chips off quite nicely, it's still going to have just this residue of flux everywhere. So we'll go back and clean up a little bit more now that we can actually see some of the work. Okay. And after this, we'll start getting components out. And I don't know that we'll do any component soldering tonight, because I think this video will start turning a little too long. We're already an hour in at this point. It'll take at least another hour after we finish this to go through and bend all the components. So I doubt we're going to do any soldering of the components tonight, but we've got a little bit of time. Right now I need to kind of hold off anyway until I get the bolts that I need to put the transformer in. So right now we can't put the transformer in. I guess we could, but we'd have to swap out one of the bolts or only hold it in with 3, and I don't like messing with it any more than I have to, so I'd rather wait until I have all the right parts. So that's what we're gonna do, probably. So this one here, we have an option. So these are both grounds, luckily, but I could technically move this one, or you know, bend it a different way. They're grounds, they all kind of go to the same spot, so I'm not gonna really worry about it. And I started to mention that this red wire and this ground wire, they're both powering the same node, so it's not really a big deal if they run next to each other like that. I would say that running B pluses over themselves might not be advisable. The B plus can carry like currents in them that might crosstalk. I'm not saying they would, but they could. And you don't want them cross-talking because it's possible that it'll make things bad. And we don't like bad. We like good. We like space. Space is your friend. You want as much space for everything as you can possibly get. The more space, the better. Even with the grounds, I would say. But, you know, there's only so much you can do. Too much of a good thing is still too much. Alright, so let's get that freaking thing fixed down there. I don't like it. Let's fix it now. Sustain come from... Is there a way to design an amp so it helps create sustain? I think in terms of an amp, it mostly comes down to how much gain you're trying to get out of that stage. So, for an example, I don't know if you've ever stacked your overdrive. So let's just pretend like you've got an overdrive pedal. Well, let's say you've got 3 overdrive pedals now. Well, even if you run them pretty light and stack one after the other, you get a lot of this harmonic content, which can obviously add sustain. But I think what you would find is I probably should have done this first, is if you take the first one and run it pretty light, not a whole heck of a lot of distortion or grind, but just a bit. And then the next gain stage, you kind of push it a little bit further. I think you find that that's where you'll get more sustain from it. And that resolved all my problems. So it's how you gain stage it for one, but one of the stages has to be spanked or working really, really hard. If you do a light stage into a light stage into a light stage, we're talking about an amount of distortion, I don't think you're going to get as much sustain as if you would if you stage one cold, one really hot, and then one cold, and then another one that's pretty hot. I don't know what the term is that they call it, but it's basically you alternate the stages hot and cold, but you need to have multiple stages. But you can emulate it with pedals, and generally what you'll find is that you'll take a normal like boost style pedal, like a tube screamer or something like that, and then you put it into an actual distortion pedal, and when you goose the lower gain tube screamer into this higher gain pedal that you actually have gained up, you'll find that you get a little more sustain out of it. I think that's kind of part of the reason why a lot of these players, like, you're taking an amp that's already got 5 or 6 or 7 or more gain stages. Cold clipper is like one of the ways you can do it. Cold clipper is kind of a unique thing. It doesn't really distort the way people think it does. I mean, it will distort, but it distorts kind of in the, I guess, depending on how cold you bias it, I suppose, but kind of distorts on the other side. It's asymmetric, I guess is the term. But it's asymmetric in the opposite direction of like a normal gain stage. So it does kind of add like this nice, soft, warm, I guess more of a softer overdrive, but it does kind of help get you there. All right, let's spray some starting fluid on this thing. So literally you just get this stuff out of the store. Nothing crazy about it. And I'm just going to spray it off over here on the side, but don't be afraid to get it saturated. If you want, you can use a brush and brush everything in and out, or you can just do what I do. Just kind of pat it down with the thing. But this does a really good job about getting this stuff off and not leaving a residue. Now this one has the upper cylinder lubricant, which is unfortunate. I can't find the stuff that doesn't, but it's meant for diesel and the like. But it does a really good job about not leaving a residue, while also cleaning off all the crap. Sometimes you got to do it a couple times. It's also really nice because, you can see it on the top there. It gets everywhere. But it's okay because it cleans up really nice like. Mainly we're interested in getting all the flux off. But any kind of sticky residue that's left after you're done doing this is the freaking flux. So that's why you got to do it a few times. I guess a smart thing to do would be to just get a vat of that stuff and just soak it in that vat for a while, because this flux just gets everywhere. So nasty. The top side I don't worry about as much. It doesn't seem to be, it's not bothered by it. It's more or less what I'm getting at. I think I have another can of that stuff. Of course not. Don't use break and choke carb cleaner. That won't work. Well, unfortunately, this is the remaining amount of whatever I got, and there's not much left, but we're going to get through this. It's going to be all right. We're going to survive. No turret boards will be harmed in the making of this amplifier. To the Slur Diesel. Sir Diesel. Purple Hazel is a cool amp. I love that thing. So does my client. I shouldn't even say my client. He's a good friend. I have friends. Everybody's my friend. I like friends. Are you my friend? Oh, that stuff's so nasty. We might have to get to the... I'm going to save this a little bit. We only got a little bit left. I'm going to use the electronics cleaner. For now, it seems to... It'll do good enough. But what we'll find with this is that it'll leave like a residue. It also smells funny. Oh. I'm kidding, I kid. Alright. Oh yeah, this is sticky stuff everywhere. Yeah. Awesome. I gotta find a cleaner that really just gets the freaking... I haven't found it yet. I mean, the starting fluid, as I mentioned, is kind of the best I've come across so far. But, you know, I want a cleaner that just melts the freaking flux off and doesn't leave a residue. Most of the stuff leaves a residue of some sort. And, like, as much as it would be nice to use, like, acetone or something like that, I just know it'll eat the... I don't know, maybe. I don't know. Well, acetone would probably eat the G10. I don't want it to eat the epoxy. That's the other thing, too, is you want it to not destroy everything. But whatever. We're going to get there. So, yeah, believe it or not, I'll spend quite a bit of time just cleaning these things to make it look all nice and pretty like. One of my biggest pet peeves is flux everywhere. So when I see like those so-called boutique amps and they got like flux splatter everywhere, I get a little aggravated because I know that we can do better. We can do better work. Sour Diesel. Ugh. What was that? Yeah, that was a big, like, for the stoners. That was like a big flavor for them years ago. My son is kind of one of those. He's into that kind of culture, I guess, if you want to call it that. But they were always on about freaking Sour D. And then they'd always use this term like cookies. It tastes like cookies or something like that. And I was just like, what? I never got it. There was this... years and years ago, I actually did like a little bit of a grow, if you want to call it that. And we had this stuff, I can't remember what it was called, but it literally smelled like freaking baby diapers. It smelled like freaking baby diapers. It was so nasty. They loved it. Like the freaking everybody that got a hold of that stuff, they loved it. And I was just like, how? This stuff smells so putrid. Yeah, I guess it's all about the smoke. I've never really been a stoner. I've tried it a few times. I become absolutely useless. So I can't smoke. I just become absolutely useless. So I'm a drinker. And I don't even drink all that much. Well, I drink enough, but fair enough. Probably more than the doctors want me to anyway. But like I say, I only drink on days that end in Y. Oh yeah, this is starting to look really nice now. Alright. Now the backside I'm still not happy with. There's all kinds of, you can see all the pookie. That is all the flux right there. So all that smeared goop is flux. So now you know why I take the time to freaking wipe this stuff off, because it's just everywhere. You can see even down in there, like, it's focus, you fack, down in there. It's just smeared everywhere. It's nasty stuff, man. So clean your turret boards. Children. I guess you don't have to. It really wouldn't hurt it if I left it alone and didn't smear that stuff everywhere. But honest to God, I feel it makes a huge difference. I don't have a problem with noise. I don't have things trying to talk to other stuff that it's not supposed to. Like all that little stuff, like things like that. It's just so much better when you don't have flux everywhere. I'm going to switch over to alcohol, rubbing alcohol here. I just need something to help. But I'm tired of the residue. So rubbing alcohol does sort of work. It doesn't really eat the flux all that well, though. At least so I've found. But it does help clean off all the other spots. But some rubbing alcohols leave kind of like a residue. Like they don't dry very clean all the time. It's probably because of all the stuff it cleans off while it's cleaning. But whatever. Yeah, this is working well enough. I managed to flatten my freaking wire over. I believe acetone is called methylated spirits in the UK. Huh. Okay. That sounds about right. That's pretty much what it is. This stuff's gnarly. It's great for cleaning. It's very harsh on everything else. I wish I could use it more often, but it's unfortunately not good for electronicals because it does eat stuff up. So this stuff here is the cheap crap too. This is 70%. I would go with 91% if you can. I just happen to have this stuff around, but the 91 does do a little bit better of a job. And it dries quicker. This stuff has too much water in it, which I think is part of the reason why it doesn't help all that much. It also causes the thing to rip apart and shred, but whatever. We're getting close now. I'm sorry, I'm torturing you. You're getting tortured with me. But together, we are doing this. So I got to see you there for a little bit this earlier, Riley. You were rocking out. I need to do more of that kind of crap, I think. I don't really play for people anymore. I used to when I was younger. I used to be all about being on the stage and all that fun stuff, but as I've gotten older, I kind of am smitten with not being in the spotlight. I wanted to be a rock star when I was a kid. When I say a kid, when I was like in my 20s and whatnot, but at some point you just kind of grow up, I guess. All right. Get a new one here. I'm gonna burn up now. Kabooey! All my flammable fluids. Oh shit. Dripped it on myself. Oops. There we go. This is looking a lot better now. I think after this and another alcohol wipe, we're going to be in a good spot. I might even be able to get it done on this one. Sorry. I know this isn't very entertaining, but I like clean. If anything, you'll be able to look at the back of this board one day. You know, hopefully never, but if you ever do, and you'll be able to go, oh wow, that is really clean. Luke wasn't kidding. That's all. No more, no less. I see one other joint right there I'm going to clean up. Yeah, this is so much better now. I think we got all the crap out of there. thing this stuff evaporates pretty quick. All right. Anyway. So the fun part is coming up, and that is bending all the leads and stuff. But I want to thank you guys for hanging out with me as long as you have. So I'm trying to think of things that I can talk about that are like related to amp building and why you should take the time to do this kind of crap. I just feel it's the touch. You know what I mean? Like, you're going to spend the time to hand build an amplifier. A client's going to spend a butt ton of money on it, thousands of dollars in many cases. And I feel like the least that you could do for your client at that point in time is at least give them something that is clean. Like, you attempted to put some level of effort into it, at the very least. Like that Valhalla, I don't know if you saw back on one of my other videos a while back, but I was talking about Valhalla amplification. I think they're Scandinavian or something like that. I don't know. I could be wrong, but in either case, they actually show some of their work in pictures on there, but they're charging like 10 or 15 grand for some of these amps. And I was just like, holy cow, that's a lot of money. But, you know, whatever. But then you see the pictures of the damn things and you're just like, oh my God. Like, I would never let anything come out of my shop looking like that. So, I know that you see a lot of these things, like, not Headstrong, I believe it is. They're more traditional. I guess they're still boutique. But they're more traditionally built. Milkman, the more traditionally built designs and whatnot, like, they're not going through and cleaning up this stuff though. It doesn't make any money to do this. But I just kind of feel like taking that time is just muy importante. And I think it also just helps you become a little more, like, it's harder to miss something when you've touched it a million times. 99%, not 99. No, 99 proof. Does that make sense? I mean, am I being fair in my expectation of a boutique builder, like, to the level at which you should be operating at? Like, I don't like doing half-assed. I don't care about the money really necessarily. You know, obviously it's nice to make it, and it's got to be fair to me in terms of the amount of time I put in, but, you know, something like this where it's a job to do it, but I think it's important to do it because it does make the end product better. I think it should be done a little bit more. That's why I don't really like that they call Friedmans and Bogners and stuff like that boutique. They're no longer boutique. They are made in a factory. They are stamped out by somebody who probably would love to do what we're doing right now, probably can do what we're doing right now, but their job is to stamp these things out for someone else, and they probably don't have that much amount of care to do the job as they would maybe on their own. I could be wrong. I don't know. But we can do better, people. We can do better. But they're definitely not boutique amps anymore. Maybe at one point they used to be, when they were actually building them by hand. But I highly doubt they were putting this level of care into it. And the reason I know that, the reason I say that, and I say it with a little bit of authority, is that I know that the odds are that at one point in time they were doing it just to make the money, not to actually do a better job than the next guy. I think a lot of them kind of start out that way though, like they want to do something that's cool and better, but ultimately at some point or another the money becomes more important. It always seems to be more important at some point. That's why I'm trying to make YouTube pay me. Luckily, I'm not trying to do this for a living. Yet. Alright. We're doing pretty good here, I think. So one thing I will want to check real quick before we get too far, I want to make sure that those little loops that I have there for the standoffs is going to be big enough that I know I won't crush it. And I can tell right now that we're going to be okay. But I just want to make sure that it's going to... Yes, we are certainly going to be clear. Alright. Same with this one. Absolutely going to be clear. And there's nothing else around any of the other ones. So we're going to be good. This one here is going to stand nearby there like that. So, okay, cool. I like that. Let's get that out of the way. Let's put these canisters of stank sauce away. And let's get this side kind of buttoned down a little bit. Am I being fair? Is that a fair assessment? I don't like poo-pooing on other companies and stuff like that. It's not really what I mean to do, even though that's what it kind of seems like that's what I'm doing. I don't mean like to sound super duper negative about them. It's not that they're absolute piles of dog shit or something like that. Like, they sound fine. We know that they sound fine, otherwise people wouldn't use them. But to me, it's integrity, I guess. Like, actually caring about your client, and then just not trying to fill your clients full of BS on what it is you're actually providing them. You know what I mean? Like, to say something's boutique when it's obviously not is kind of, to me, it's like cheating. Like, yeah, you used to be boutique. You used to be. They actually were, but now they're not. They're just like anyone else out there now that's got a name. But another thing is I know that they're just selling you crap. In the long, it's not crap. That's a strong word. What's the word I'm actually shooting for? It's not the best. It's not the best. It's not bad. It's just not the best. Not that I'm the best either, but I'm better. Teasing, but I'm not teasing. And even if it is the best, it still isn't put together with the best of care. You know what I mean? I guess in the long run, you get what I'm saying. I just want better for everybody. All right. So, sorry, I know that was halfway off the freaking shot there. Let's get the rest of this cleaned up here. We're ready to start peeling out some parts here, I think. Oh yeah. So you'll see here in a moment what I'm talking about. Even though I'm still gonna touch this thing a freaking million more times, but okay, that's gonna get put back up that way. Ta-da! See what I mean? All nice and clean, right? All nice and clean. You can still see a little bit of stuff in there, but you get what I mean? Like, just that little step further, that one other step, I think is important. And it took what? Yeah, okay, it took a freaking extra 30 minutes or more, but I'm not gonna die. Nobody's gonna die. Now, obviously, if you're trying to bang out 10 of these a day, it's not tenable. So, it's not entirely their fault. Yeah, you can. I'm not denying that. Like I say, I don't mean to sound like all poo-pooey on them all the time, but to me, it's knowing that they could be better. They should be better. Be better. All right. So this is going to suck because that thing's literally going to get knocked down a half a dozen times. In fact, there's probably no reason for me to even bother trying to keep it elevated like that, because I have to set this thing down on something in order to put the electronicals on there, and I know it's not going to stay. It's not going to stay like that the whole time. I maybe can get away. I don't know, because I need these damn things. Whatever. We're just going to end up crushing it down, and we'll come back around to it. But all right, let's bust out some electronicals here. So we're going to need that. I think we're going to hold off on that one for now. We're going to need this. And what else are we going to need? We're going to need resistors. So we're going to need these. All right. Let's take a sip here. Oh, your amp is coming along nicely, huh? I want to see a good... I keep calling it a competition. I want to see more names in the hat. I know that we've got a couple that have been putting their name in the hat recently. I don't know what the total tally is up to now. I haven't heard from John what that count is exactly at the moment, but I would love for it to be closer to 50. Yeah, put some vids out, Offset. Let's go. But I would love for it to be not like a sweep, if you will. I would like to see it more like a kind of like a competition. I'm using my quotation fingers here, but all right. So in this position here, we're going to have a 47 UF. And this position here, we're going to have another 47 UF. And let's see here, make sure we're not getting a yucky one. Those ones look good. And then in that position there, we're going to have a 22 UF. So there's our 22. That takes care of that. We will have, I'm pretty much going to start with 40 or 4 UFs across the board. So there's a 4U7. I think this one is as well. God damn it. There's a 4U7. There's 2. I think there's a couple more that are already out. Are you a 4U7? You're a 4U7 3. I think there's at least 4 or 5 of these. This amp's got quite a few. 4U7. There's 4. So I know the first stage, second stage, third stage, and fourth stage has it. So that's 4 right there. Let's double check something. I'm looking at schematics and stuff like that. And then I know, interestingly enough, they also use one for the phase inverter, the driver for it. So I'm going to find one for that as well. That's a 2U2. I got to find another 4U. I know I got one. It's just a matter of where it's at. I don't have enough bins to separate all this stuff yet, so I'm still working on that. I think that's a 1. This is probably a 1 then too. Really? I got lucky and found all of those on the first shot. There's a 1U. Oh, this is going to be brutal. I need to get more bins so I can actually separate all these things. I just haven't gotten that lucky yet. Because I got a lot of these bins already. And it's really hard. There's a 2U2. What are you? 4U7. There we go. There's 5. Ha! Damn. I knew I had a bunch. Enough, that's for sure. That should take care of all of our bypass caps and all of our electrolytics. If I am not mistaken, no, we have some other electrolytics that we will need for other parts. We need them for other parts. They're not for this part of the board. So, thought you meant you were... Alright, so... in this guy here, we need... what am I going to go with? I'm pretty sure I'm going to go with a .022 or .002 to start things off. Now, that is a stretch of the imagination because I'm not 100% sure what I want to do. So this is a 222. That's a .0022. Or is it a 3? 223. That's .022. I know I need a .022. Or at least I'm going to attempt to use a .022. Well, I need to make things larger for myself over here. I wanted to treat one of the gain stages like a normal gain stage, so I know I need 2 of those, because there's also one on the ass end. So we got a 0.022 for the second stage, and we're going to go with a 0.01 for the intermediate stage. There's a 103, that's a 0.01. And then we're going to go with a 0.0047 for the last stage, and that's going to be a 472. So that's a 0.0047. We will need the 0.047s for the output section going a different thing. That is going to be a 0.1. So we're going to have a couple of these guys. Looks like we're going to have one there. I guess it can help if I look at the other board too. I know that we need another 0.1 in the, whatchamacallit, the feedback loop. And then we need, where are you? We need a 1N, which is a 0.001. So that's another one of these guys. Nope, not that, this one. So that's a 0.001. What else do we got here? Sorry, I'm just going through my list to make sure we got it all. So 0.022, got that. We got those on there. Those live on board. Okay, cool. I think that's that. I think that takes care of our coupling caps and our intermediates here. So I got that one. I don't know what I'm going to do with the base yet. I'm going to use a PF grade cap for that one. Those ones are already built in, so I should have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. All right, moving on. So that's done. Now we're into the resistors. So I'm going to try to start with the low values and move our way up. I know that so there's one that's going to be a flying lead, so I won't bother with that one right now. I'm going to have quite a few 2.2s, interestingly enough. That's a 475, which makes this one probably right around our 2K mark, or 1K. This would be 1.5, which makes these our 2.2s, I believe. 2.2. All right, there we go. Cool. Getting over to my other schematic here. So we've got 1 2.2K, 2 2.2K, 3 2.2, 4 2.2. God damn, we're running through a bunch of those. We got another one that's going to be a 3.3, or I'm going to attempt to use a 3.3. There's a 3.3. Intermediates. I'm going to start with these 220Ks. It's a challenge on whether or not that's what it's actually going to be. I know the first one's a 220, and I think those ones start in my next box. This is a 10K. Okay, let me see where I got a 10K at. I'm doing all kinds of fun stuff here. I do have a 10K, but I think it's in the feedback loop, so we don't need it there. I need a 22K though, but that's not that. I don't see any other smaller values in the front end here. Everything else is like larger in size. And there are 0 people in here watching right now. Because this is freaking boring. Whatever, guys. I see how you are. Just can't even hang with me. All right, here's a 22K. We will need one of those. I think I might need another 2.2K to be honest. I need a 1 meg. Here's a 1 meg. But that's not even on board. So we're going to hold off on that one for now. Luke, it's idealistic, but in bargain. I don't really know who that is. I'll have to look them up a little bit more, but 220K. Where's all my 220s at? I think that is this one. So I'm really disappointed. These are the Dale Vishays, but these are different now. And these are the 221s. So I'm like, how the hell am I supposed to employ those? So I'm almost out of these beige style ones. And I'm just really kind of disappointed. So I'm going to go with a 220K on the first stage. I'm going to go with a 220K on the third stage. I'm going to do a 220 for the intermediate. And I'm going to start switching over to some 100Ks for some of these other guys. Yeah, and then they give you 100Ks of this style too. Like, I can't win on that. So we're going to use 100K for the second gain stage. We're going to use 100K for the third gain stage. Actually, no, that'll be for the pi. I'm going to go with a 56K for the fourth gain stage. We already got the second one and that one. The intermediate gain stages, I think I want to go with... I want to try it with a lower value first. Let's go with some 82.5s. That's going to be so tough. It's so many more things. I need another 22K though. I found where I need one. So there's another 22. I'll come back around on the remainder of that. I think that gets pretty much everything on the board. Sans a couple of things. Just thinking. I know that I need another. I got that 1 meg, I think. I don't think I did, actually. I did need 1 meg, but I thought I threw one in there, but I can't remember if I kept it or not. And then I need another 2.2K on the ass end. So I'm going to need another 2.2K. I'll keep that one anyway. Let's get another couple 2.2Ks out. I swear to God, they just said, oh, I got a bunch of these. Let's use all these values up. All right, let's see here. That takes care of the main board, I believe. Now, this is something I do. I think it's important to do. I'm going to show you right now what that is. It only takes a few minutes, but you can see I've got 2 pieces of wood, and I'm going to rub my wood together. I'm going to rub my wood. So you can see I've used a couple sides, but you stick the lead in there and you just roll it back and forth. And you can kind of just feel when it's happy. It'll kind of stop rocking around, and you go from this wickedly, twisted up pile of junk to this much, much straighter pile of junk. Yes, I rub my wood, and I rub it all together. You don't want to rub it to the point where you're creating a fire, though, all right? When you get to that point, you've gone too far. Can I get an amen? But this, I think, is another important step that I was kind of talking about, and like the whole care, like the, putting that extra little bit of effort in. I don't think a lot of guys do this. This is like a step that I feel like I'm the only one who does it. I know there's some out there that do, but this isn't that difficult. Like you can see, it only takes a few seconds for each lead. See how that one's all wonky? So you just try to find that point where it's centered up. And this one is being stubborn. So what it is that it is bent like literally right down on the inside of it. So this one here, I would almost consider a dud. See how it's got like a lip around it? It's like in there. So this one got bent deep down in there. So we got to unbend it from the source type of thing. That might have helped. It did not seem to help all that much. So it's just, however it's coming out of that thing is just not happy. So we're going to just kind of move on for a moment. There it goes. That's not so bad. None of these things ever have the leads like directly up the middle. You can kind of see here, this one's just you can't even see it now, but it's not in the middle. Some of them are just that way. So, whatever. As long as the leads themselves are straight, that's more what we're looking for. What sucks though is I straighten these leads and Most of the lead actually isn't even ever, like, you cut most of it off. And then these things got the freaking glue on them. I hate that freaking glue that they put. Now, what's nice about these Del Vice resistors is they usually come pretty straight. And the only time I've seen them get damaged is when it's the packaging alone. Like, they bork it when they ship it type of thing. The people that package them up don't always take good care, or you do something like I just did there and bend it. There we go. I like that. Do. Now, metal actually works better for this. It'll make the leads even straighter. The problem with metal is that it's more likely to cut or damage the part itself, and it actually does mar up the leads. So I use wood. That, and I like it to say I rub wood. That's not too bad. This one's kind of just being yucky. There it goes. I got it. All right, a couple more of those to go here. I do see a circuit board for the most of the component, or is this a lot of the point-to-point wiring? It's mostly point-to-point. I guess it's not truly point-to-point. This is a turret board construction. So there is a difference, if you will. So turret board is this guy here. So, you got a board full of turrets. This is just the back side of it. But turret boards and point-to-point technically are two different things. Point-to-point, or at least true point-to-point, is where you're literally taking the component lead and using it as the signal path. So you'd literally take those wires that are on here and you'd connect something here and connect something there. And then somewhere you would find a way to bend this thing in there. That is actual point-to-point wiring. Turret board, or whatever you want to call this here, is like the next evolution, if you will. It's how can you put it? I would say, from a purist standpoint, that point to point is probably the better way in the long run to do it. Here's why. The leads, you're trying to make it so that all these leads, the lead that is available on that component, gets to the next part that it needs to get to, right? So you have to do the layout in such a way where all those leads can get to that next component that it has to touch, right? Which means that all your runs are going to be relatively short, because they have to be, because you've only got, 1.5 inches, maybe 2 inches of lead to get to the next point, which generally makes the board, or the area that you are working within, a little bit smaller. And it's just got more character, I guess, if you will, because you have to put these parts in there and make them fit. So it's not always, it's just more logical, I guess. It is more prone to noise, though, because you are trying to fit all those parts point to point. So it has that caveat to it. So a really good builder can build a point-to-point amp, and it will be less, no problems. But in theory, it will have the shortest leads that you could possibly have. So, and I think that's kind of a big part of what makes them better is, you're not running wire all over the place. Everything goes where it's supposed to go. Now, that's not easy to do, and it's not always practical, especially when you start getting into more complicated builds. So enter the turret board construction. Turret boards are great. There's nothing wrong with them. But layout is kind of a thing. And some people struggle with the layout side of it, I think. A good layout just means that the runs are short as practical, and they don't do what they're not supposed to do, which is to say they don't touch things they're not supposed to touch. It promotes the possibility of having good outcomes, I guess you could say. Which is to say that you can absolutely make a very bad layout with bad layout mistakes, which is to say grounding, component, where one component comes in. This thing is going to be a pain in the butt today. A little bit right there. So tubes have phases, if you will, or polarities. So every time you come out of a tube, it inverts polarity. So if you run certain wires next to each other, you can get cancellations. You can also get, what's the word? Not destructive, but constructive summing. So the wires will actually be in phase running next to each other, and then they can actually cause oscillations and feedback because they will they will induct against each other and couple up, and that can cause some problems. There's all kinds of just like little things that can go on. But objectively, you're trying to make the amp, yeah, this is the way I want to look at it. You can cause problems. That's all. All right. Damn it, that didn't come out very straight. That's all right. We're going to make it straight. Yes, this one's kinked at the leads. Bummer. I might have to come back to that one. Let's see if we can get this one to play nice. All right, turret board is more robust. Yeah, well, turret board is just more repairable than the others. Like true point-to-point amps, like if you're into matchless, let's say, matchless does more of a true point-to-point sort of thing, or at least they used to. I don't think they do anymore, but in either case, it's almost impossible to do any repair work on with those because everything's so tight. So take it as you will. Each one has its caveat to it. So true point-to-point is just difficult to work on. Whereas turret board is a little bit more robust or easier to repair, that's for sure. Maybe not necessarily more robust, but oh man, this is going to drive me up the wall. It's going to move. We're going to go with that. So, yes, we are going to sit there and bend each of these leads. And I bent that one a little sharp, I guess. And I want that to be, yeah, it looks good. I'm going to try these. These are new for me. I haven't gotten super duper used to them yet, but we're going to try to make this work. It came out pretty good, I guess. So turret board is definitely much more repairable, or easier to do repair work on, I should say. Multitude of reasons. These are great and handy when you start doing this next part here that we're about to do, which is cutting leads. So once you know that these things will fit in the spot that you want them to go, you cut the leads off, and it's nice to just have them drop right in the little thing there, and then do a little testy fit. Make sure everything's going to fit like you want it to. There it is, right in the middle. So that is like that. And then you get the next value. I'm telling you guys, this is about to get brutal. So we need a 2.2K for this spot here. There we go. I'm just not going to bother with this piece on the bottom. I'm just going to squish it flat and get it over with. We'll unbend it later. Now, PCB boards are just not, I don't like them. That's all there is to it. How do you want to explain it? It's so hard to explain. It's not that they're bad. They have their thing that they're good at, but they're almost unrepairable, right? So this one we're gonna have to tighten it up a little bit, but they're almost unrepairable. And it's because when a part blows up, it starts taking out traces with it. And when it takes out a trace, it's done. Like everything's just, it goes to hell in a handbasket. You are putting a hell of a lot of faith basically in a little signal, a little trace of wire, like quite literally. And I just don't agree with that. It's just not as reliable. So there we go. And if we do this right, what we'll end up with is a nice centered part. All right. So as you can see, it's nice and centered. So that's how those will go together there. And once, of course, you solder them in, you can have a little bit of leeway with them. With this one there, we need a 220. Are you a 2? Yes, you are. Now, I tried to do these two so that all the values are at the top. So if you see me spending a bunch of extra time dealing with that, or if it looks like I'm taking extra time to bend these leads, that's more than likely what it is I'm trying to make it so that the lead is at the top. Or the value, is at the top. So if you get it right, they kind of bend pretty square. And in this case here, I didn't quite get it very well in that regard. It needs to rotate a little bit. I should have music going right now, but YouTube being what it is kind of sucks for that. There we go. Nice. Right up the middle. As I recall, we were going to go with a 0.001 here. I might go a little bit bigger. I think I can get away with a 0.0047 actually in this spot. I get the feeling that we're going to change it anyway, so I'm actually going to go with a 0.01 as opposed to the one that I originally went with. The way that I'm going to do... Are you my 0.01? 103, yes. So the way I'm going to do the bass control is where the primary signal comes out of here at full bandwidth, okay? And then it's going to go into a pot in such a way where it puts another capacitor in series with it on the foil side test with caps. I haven't really messed with it that much. I know that there is truth to it, but another reason I kind of like this Zosos here is they actually put that on there for you. Now, my understanding is that you want to put the cap to the side with the least resistance, or the end foil to the side with the least resistance. So the end foil is the side with the line on it, or the dash, or whatever you want to call it. Now, point of least resistance can mean two things. It can mean either ground or HT, because as far as the electronicals are concerned, ground and HT are basically one and the same. So if you have your HT rail coming in, and then you have, say, 500K to ground on the other side of this cap, technically speaking, this guy would be better off if you put the foil side to the HT. Now, if you had a 100K resistor coming off your HT rail and you had to connect to ground, then you would flip it the other way and the foil side would go directly to ground. Does that make sense? I hope that made sense. But yeah, I do believe it is a true thing. I have not had it bite me yet, I guess you could say. But then again, I don't really do a whole lot of high gain stuff. So it might just be that I'm well isolated from that problem. You know what I mean? Like I don't, I just don't have enough gain stages for it to become a problem. Is the only thing I can think of. But I do it out of just good practice, I guess you could say. And I can tell you right now, this will fit, but I don't like how centered it is. I'll show you what I mean. That one will go through all the way. So it fits, but I don't know if you can tell, but to me, it's a little too far this way, or that way. God damn it, if I get it in the shot, it's too far that way, so I need to eke these things over a little bit. So what I'm going to do is unbend them and rebend them. So one thing that you can do is oftentimes you can kind of just work the bend in a little bit. Now the other side where you've already bent it is a little bit almost impossible to do that. So you just kind of have to flatten it out and then rebend it. But that looks pretty close right there. But then you end up with these other problems, like I still bent it on the same line, it looks like. But let's see here, how did we do? So in this case here, like this one, I would put it to, yeah, I did it again. It's still too far to that side. I would put this to the plate side. So that's how I would manage that. And eventually I will get this right. But I will do it until it's freaking right. Because I am that kind of anal retentive. And I apologize because I know that makes for not good television. But this one we will work in a little bit more. There it is. Okay. That's a little bit better. I still need to tighten it up just a little bit. I'm going to try to keep this in the shot. I apologize. I bet you guys probably are looking at me going, what the hell, Luke? I can't even see it. Yeah, there we go. Let's try that. That looks like it's going to be a lot better. And it still fits. Oh, yes. Mo better. All right. Sometimes it also helps, too, after you get them cut. Or if you know that you're close enough that they'll go, you can just cut it. And sometimes you can work some of the little kinks out after the fact. So there's that. Here's our plate resistor. Click. There we go. See how slow this is? This is going to be tormenting. This is our 22. So I try to make it so you can see all the leads. Do keep that in mind. So that also helps slow things down dramatically. It is a real show. You are welcome. Because I know that's what you were waiting for. That is what you needed. You needed the burp. You needed the burp. That will liven the show up. That's how you know it's a real show, by the way. If you're new to this channel, you shall get burped upon. There's only 5 of you, so that is what we do, though. That is what we do on occasion. I don't do it all that often. You're welcome. You're welcome. All right, so this one is good. I'm going to cut it a little bit shorter. It's hitting the bottom. So there is a thing down there in the bottom. You don't really need to have them as long as I have them currently, but I do like making it so it goes all the way across. And then you got to bend it And then you got to make sure it's centered, and it looks like it's pretty dang centered there. Maybe I can go that way a little bit more. I'm going to try to eke it just a little bit the other way there. I'm going to just tighten it up by moving this. I had some play room on the other side, so boop. Right, don't you bend on me. There it is. We're going to bend that out a little bit. We want it to fit naturally in its space, like that. There we go. I'm happy with that. All right, sorry. Moving on. Okay, where are we at now? I'm going to get out my other thing here so I can actually see where we're going with this. Okay, so we've got a resistor that goes across there. Now that one, I can't remember what value it is. That is our dropper. That is going to be a 6.8K. Those are the ones I didn't get out. Where did I put those guys? I have them over here. That's what we're going to start with in that position. Some of these values are subject to change. Just FYI. So if you see a value on any of my things, do not take it as gospel. It is, ooh, wait a minute. I'm not going to use those though. I'm going to use actual power resistors, which are in here. So I've got a bunch of these other Vishays and stuff here, and I took them out of the thing. I think these are 6.8, but I thought I got smaller ones for that. I know that I'm going to go with 10K for the one side. And as much as I am confident that that is a 10K that I'm looking at, it is probably good practice to measure it anyway. And 9.95K is close enough to 10K. I'm pretty certain that's what I ended up going with one of them. Let me double check here. 10K, 10K. I went 6.8, 10, 10. So I actually need to go the other way with it. That's why I got those bigger. So we're going to end up with two of these guys up in the front end and a 6.8 on the back end there. So that's going to go there. This is going to go there. And I know that this is a 6 because I can see the band on it. And 6.8. It's close enough for me. Doop. It's just wise to check. You might find that there's a resistor that's just wildly out of spec. I don't generally check the other ones because they always are in spec, but the ones that I'm not as familiar with, such as these Vishays, I do because sometimes they are a little out. As you saw, one of them was like 9.88 or something like that, or 9.95 or something. I mean, I guess technically it's within 1% or 5%. All right, where are we at? There's 6 of you here. I'm shocked. I am so proud of you guys for hanging out with me like that. It wasn't that funny, but it's fucking funny. Just saying. It's funny, not funny. So this one, let's see here. That one's going to fit right there. Now these ones are nice because you don't have to get them in a certain direction to see the value. There we go. All right. So let's see here. Nice, out. On the foil test, okay, we did that. Is there a drawing you're following? Yes, I am actually going over with my other drawing. I do have a drawing, yes. So this is my in. So that one is technically going to be their 220K as well. I think I kind of held off on doing that. I'm going to hold off on that one. I still have to make a decision for that, and I haven't made that decision yet. So the next one in line is, I believe, our cathode. And that is, in fact, our cathode. So our cathode for the first one is 2.2 with a 4.7. So that's a 22. That ain't going to do it. We're going to need one of these and one of our 2.2. There's another 220. And are you a 2.2? Yes, you are. All right. So we're going to leave this one alone for now. And we're just going to get this other one done here first. So stay put, please. This is a slightly wider gap, so that's going to make it a little more fun to freaking work out here. More area to try to get it centered over. The larger the gap, the more of a fun task it is to get these things to center up too. I can't say that I know of any secret to how to decide where to grab these things from. I haven't figured it out yet. I just kind of wing it. And that is pointing up. That is good. Let's get it over here and cut them off. You don't want to leave too much of a lip on the edges. Maybe you can see it better there. So you can see I try to leave at least 1/8 of an inch, but not much more than that. 1/8 inch to 1/4 inch is probably significant, or enough, I should say. So just food for thought in that regard. That centered up really nice. So for these ones here, I try to get everything so they also align. So that makes it even more challenging and fun. Sometimes it's just easier to go to a different thing. Okay, I'm gonna go there. And I overbent that one, but it's okay. Now, you also want to try to bend these things in such a way where you can fit 2 leads in there. If you bend them so they're exactly the same, obviously they won't, they're going to try to consume the same space. So like this one here, I'm trying to go a little on the wide side for the bend because I want it to land up I want it to land on the outside of that cap there, which means I probably need to suck the leads up on this one a little bit. It's the alpha pots that are always way off. I haven't had a problem with them, to be honest. I don't know. Like, maybe they're off a little bit, or, I haven't come across any brand that was, like, spot on that didn't have some other problem. So, like, even if, let's say, the Borns are more accurate, the Borns have their own issues. You know what I mean? Like, that's been kind of my finding anyways. You're trading one problem for another. So in this one here, because I want it to go above and over the top of the bypass cap, I am leaving the leads a little bit longer. Oop, I missed. So that is why I made them like that. So there we go. And you can kind of see I still kind of got the problem going on there, but this is fixable. There it is. Ta-da! So try to make it so they can sit right atop each other and see how well centered they are. That's what we're going for. That's why it takes extra time. Okay. So now the other one is another plate, if I'm not mistaken. I'm looking here to see. I need to go to this though. And that is, no, sorry, that should be a cathode. I managed to get both my cathodes together. Yay. So guess what that means? We're going with another one of these guys. And yeah, that's correct. So again, I'm trying to make it so the value is at the top. It's just, ooh, we don't want to do that. Trying to shoot for inside a little bit. So we're trying to go sharp on this one because we want it to be tight to the turret. And it looks like it's pretty dang close. And that one, I think we're going to be okay. Get in there. That will work. That'll do, pig. And if you wouldn't mind going nice and straight leg for me. Oh joy. I know this would be so much more fun if I had like music and stuff. I apologize. But yeah, you get to watch me struggle along here, because that's what we do. All right, I'm going to try to get this one nice and a little bit on the wide side here. And boop. Now, did I get these things somewhat straight? Ooh, a little wide. That's not too bad, I guess. That's not too bad. We're gonna be all right. It's good. It's good. I did good work. So yeah, the hope is to have this thing playable by this weekend. If all goes well, I should be able to turn this thing on this weekend. I don't foresee anything that will hold us up other than the effects loop, but I don't have to have the effects loop in order to... Oh yeah, that came out good. Yeah, full of wind. All right, I don't need the effects loop in order to run the amp, okay? So we're lucky in that regard. And then that one should be another plate resistor, if I'm not mistaken. Let me go back to my thing here. No, that is not a plate resistor. That is a grid resistor. So we're going to leave that one open for now as well, because I have to make decisions on that. The next two, though, are plate resistors. So, or plate decoupling caps. Excuse me. So 0.022 is what we're going to do for our first one. That's a 472. There's a 223. There we go. So that's going to go right there. This is going to go to this point here, because this is going to the plate side. That's where we're going to run it. The foil, that is. And this one is a very bent up cap. The leads are not coming out straight, which is very disappointing, but that is what it is. I cannot control that. All right. And then all right, let's see here. That looks pretty squared up, actually. I will accept that. All right, let's go. I was mentioning before about how long to cut those leads. I was saying a minimum of 1/8 and not more than 1/4. I'm not kidding. If you make them too long, it actually does become a bitch and a half to deal with those things. They'll get in there too far, and it's like a pain in the butt to unsolder them or get them to align the way you want. So the next one, we're gonna go with a 0.01. So we want a 103. There's a 102. There's a 22.002. Maybe I did decide to go with a different value there. There's a 103. This is it. This is the one. All right. Same. We're going to go with the thing to it. And that is very well centered there. So I'm going to go off of that one. Dang it. Didn't bend the way I wanted it to bend. I'm going to take that out for now. Yeah, it is pretty well centered, actually. All right, that's close enough. I'm going to actually cut these. And then what I'm going to do is put it in there. Ooh, this one's a little on the wide side, but we want this one to rotate. This one's got like little lead bends in it. There we go. Something like that. All right. everything's kind of nice and lined up in that regard. It would have been cool to kind of maybe move that up one so these were centered, or take those and move them out to there, but whatever. Can't win them all. All right. What is next on our list here? We need our 2 plate resistors. So our first plate is going to be another 100K. So we're going to go with 100K. There's our 100. And then our second plate, I think, will be a 220. So these ones are going to be a little interesting because they're shooting off at like an oddball angle. And I always struggle with these ones because it's like a freaking illusion that you're working with here. It just never seems to line up the way you want it to. And then you got the challenge of working around the other parts over there too. All right. And I'm going to say right there. All right. And then this one, we want to go basically right there. I'm still getting used to these. These ones have like a, you can't tell, but when you touch the tip, if you squeeze them a little bit more, there's like a little notch. You can feel like a notch, and that's when you know that you've actually bit the thing down. They're not hyper precision, I guess is the word I'm looking for. So I'm learning them and how to make them bend well. Historically, I've always used these guys, and these do well, but they're kind of a fat tip. Get your head out the gutter. I know what you're thinking. But I wanted to get these because they're a little more precision, but learning curve because I've done it for 5 years with these guys. The next plate is going to be another 220K. And where art thou? That's a 2.2. There's a 22K. 3.222. Or whatever it is. 220. Okay, let's see here. You're going to go right about there, I think. Yes. Wow. There's 7 of you here? I'm kind of shocked. Join the giveaway. Please do. Going back to those pots, Vessel, if you're still here. Like the Borns, they might be more accurate, but I honest to God, like I have not found, I don't like the way they feel for one. So that's part of the reason why I use the alphas. Number 2, like I'm not really worried about like a 10 or 15K difference. I haven't had any yet that have been like so far off, like I can't even rely on the amp to function the way I intend for it to. It's been talked about too because I use a lot of the dual pots. I know that the dual pots, everybody's kind of into the whole precision aspect of them, but I don't have a problem with the precision so much, and I think mainly it comes down to that I don't know, I just haven't had any problems with them. I've been lucky, I guess, but I do prefer the way that the alphas feel. That is a big thing for me. The alphas have the feel, and that is muy importante. So that is a me thing though. So I know everybody has kind of a different thing. I also don't do a whole lot of high gain amp stuff too. So that might be partly why my opinion or feel of them is a little bit different. Because my outlook on what they should be is a little different, or how they should operate. More or less, if I find I'm having a problem with a particular pot, I will just exchange it anyway and get it out of my life. So on the Cerberus for AC, I found a couple that one had opened up. So the ground side of it opened up and it would not go, it would no longer actually touch ground. Now it still operated the way it was supposed to, which is weird. It would actually modulate the volume, but it was you could not depend on it to actually kill the volume all the way. It was a unique little problem. Not that it caused a problem really, but I just don't like it when the pot isn't operating the way it's supposed to. And then I had another one, and again, we're talking the Bourne's pots, that interestingly enough, I'm gonna have to cut that one a little shorter, I think. Maybe not. Yeah, no, that one's gotta be shorter. Wouldn't go all the way to 0. Regardless of the fact that it actually operated like it was supposed to, but it would not short out all the way to ground. So I ended up replacing that one as well, because I just, the pot's got to go to ground. Period. So when I expect a pot to turn my signal off, I expect the pot to turn the signal off. So no more, no less. That is all. But still, the pot has to feel good too. And those Bourne's pots, I don't like the way they feel. Well, we're almost halfway through this thing, except for now we're on the busier side of things. Isn't this brutal? Oh, let's see here. Where are we next? So we got another resistor that's going back that is feeding. It's another plate resistor, in fact. So that one is feeding my last triode. So that one is actually a 56K. And I know I grabbed one out. So this is going to be feeding a parallel triode. Just FYI, that's why we're going with that odd value. So I'm treating the parallel triode like it should be treated for a parallel triode. I'm not treating it like the other ones. And there it is. So by that I mean a parallel triode is supposed to have the values of, all the different things. So if you normally have 100K and a 1.5K for center bias, then you would drop the plate resistor in half and you would drop the cathode resistor in half to get it to operate the same as a normal triode would. And that is what I'm doing. So I'm not using this stage for gain. And that one is not going to be very well centered, I don't think. But it is close enough I can cut the leads to work it out. Let me see how far off it actually is. Well, actually that lands pretty good. It's centerable. All right, we can run it up the middle. We're good there. So after that, we should have a input grid. That's this one here. That is actually our signal in. I'm going to leave that one out for now. I need to decide what I'm going to do for that. And then this one, no, that's actually the cathode. My apologies. Sorry. That one is going to be this. Click. All right. I want this thing to go flat, dang it. I apologize if I work off camera. I'm trying to keep things centered here, but... And for those of you who are wondering what the hell I'm even talking about at all, I don't really know how to explain it, to be honest. I'm just kind of trying to explain the way that these circuits kind of work, I guess. I do parallel triodes, which is not a common thing. Some people like them, some people don't. Some matchlesses do use them. Some Dr. Z's use them. There's an old company that has since become defunct called Mojave Ampworks. They used to use parallel triodes quite a bit. Most of it's for noise abatement. They're just quieter. They operate quieter is the thing, which is not super incidental, but it is just a thing, right? And that one, I think it is centerable, but I need it to go over a little bit more. So this one needs to come in. And I think, golly, that lead is not going to work for me. Trying to get this thing to go straight, for fuck's sakes. Alright, let's see here. How is that going to do for me? Okay, yeah, this one we want to suck it in now that I've done that. There it is. Alright. And now we need... What else do we need? Words. I need... What's that standard value? I think we were going to go with a 2.2K. Yes, that's what we were going to do, is 2.2K. And I don't know why I just dropped that down all the way, but whatever. 2.2. A lot of 2.2Ks in this amp. So there's this band I came across. I don't even know if you want to call it a band. I guess it's more of an artist at this point. I can't even remember his name now. Never mind. We're not even going to bother because I can't even remember the dude's name. But he's got this album out called 12 to 12. I kind of like it. It's not a bad album. There's a song on there, though, called... well, shit. Now I can't even remember the name of the song. Never mind. We're not even going to bother talking about that either. Alright, let's get this one. We're going to go a little on the long side, a little on the long side. And if I did everything right, it will go right on over the top like... Ooh, we went a little wide. No, we're good. We good. We did well. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. But what I do want to do is this one needs to kick in a little bit. There we go. Haha. Like a glove. Alright. Now, why do I feel like I'm missing something here? Yep, that's correct. Okay, so that is a 10K there. This 6.8K goes somewhere else. All right, that goes off board. So we're not going to bother with that. I'm trying to just visualize everything here. So this is going to be a plate resistor or plate decoupling cap. So that is going to be our 0.0047. So I need a 472. I need a 472. 472, baby. All right. The reason the song caught my attention, though, the part of what I was going to talk about with it was that it has this guitar part that's kind of cool in it. It's got a nice little growl or whatever to it. It's not like high gain or anything like that, but that was more or less the point I was trying to get to. And that, I can tell right now, is not going to be very well centered, and that is disappointing me. Let's see here. Is that one going to? No. Let's see here. What do I got to do to make you happy? Make me happy. So that one's good in that direction. Yeah, this one needs to get tightened up. So one side's a little long, the other side's pretty good. Sorry, I'm working off camera again. My apologies. I think that will tighten her up for me. Let's go ahead and cut these leads. They're close enough now. I know that they'll work. And we can tighten them up a little bit more once we know that it'll fit. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I did it again. Not working over the top of the workspace. Yeah. I'm going to cut these just a little bit shorter now too. We don't need them that long anymore. This is going to go like so. Ta-da. Except for it's now rotated itself as such that I need to Not with that one. I want it to be more like that, I believe. No, that needs to be like that. This other side is wrong. Whatever, we'll figure it out. It'll work itself out. I know it will. All right, so there's nothing in that space. That one is a grid stopper, so we don't need to bother with that one. This one is our 22K. That is the one that leads into our master volume, so we need a 22K for that. Not a 2.2, 22. So this one is a grid stopper, and this one is our 22K. All right. Let's see here. I can almost just eyeball this one, I think, but we're just going to do this. Oh yeah, it came out pretty good. I can tell. I can just see it. I can just see it. All right. All right, are we still doing okay, everybody? Is everybody happy? Is everybody bored to death yet? All right. I'm bored to death. I don't know what to do. I'm like literally trying to think of things to talk about and not distract myself too much to where I can't do the work I'm supposed to be trying to do. I do a lot of concentrations, and I definitely don't talk to myself this much when I'm doing this. All right, that's good. I like that. That is nice and centered. All right, so this guy that goes there is a nice small cap. I believe that's the 0.001, so that should be a 102. There's a 102 right here, so that's going to go across like that. And that just barely fits in that space. I kind of blew it. I thought my 0.01s were going to be smaller, and I've said it before, you need to make sure that your things are going to fit in the space that you ask them to fit, but we're going to make it work. I have other ones that I could use that are smaller. Getting old, yeah, right? You're not wrong. I'm right there with you. So I'm just going to point these leads like straight down off the thing. And I should have been a little more careful about how I did that, but we're going to make this work. This is going to work. All right, that is 102. It looks like it's facing the right direction. And I'm pretty certain it's going to be tight. It will work. It's going to function, but that's one of those things where I was talking about where you need to be. I'm going to cut these a little on the long side. For no other reason than I'm going to cut them on the long side. Okay, so that one will work. It's not pretty, but it shall work. All right, let's get that 0.01 out of the way. Now, this is one of those ones. So this 0.01 that I'm about to bend up is for the feedback loop. And the way that it works, let's just double check and make sure I'm not cray. So I'm going to go to my other, whatchamacallit, here. So the 100N is on that side of the things. This is a 100N. That's a 0.1, okay? So 100N is a 0.1. And the closest thing to ground is technically going to be the negative feedback side. So the negative feedback side is being fed from this end of the board here. I'm looking at something and not talking to you at the same time. So what I'm going to do is put that here, and then we're going to bend the leads nicely right on down. So this one we may not have to worry about too much. We can pretty much just bend the lead straight down right as we come out of the thing here. Kind of work itself out. I'm going to go ahead and cut those because I know they will fit. I'm going to cut them a little bit long. And I'm going to stick those in the hole, and they fit. Oh my gosh. And the 104 is able to point straight up. So this one's going to sit a little bit proud. That's just how it's going to be. All right. If you wouldn't mind, get in there. All right. We're kind of cruising through. We're not doing too bad. So we got another 10K, I know. Let's see here. What are we working on now? We got into those two. So this guy right here, what are you? You are feeding my, this is a ground, so this is a cathode. And that is the first side of my thing. It's a 2.2K. And it's also bypassed as well. So this is our last one of these here that we're going to be putting in this. So let me see if I can straighten up this lead a little bit more. And this side as well. Okay. Sorry, I am a goofball, and I will do stupid, goofy little things just to entertain you. Mainly that, and I'm kind of just feeling a little awkward right now. I'm feeling a little vulnerable, everybody. I'm not gonna lie. Just a little vulnerable. For no other reason than I know this video is running up on 2.5 hours, and there's almost zero entertainment value. All right. Let's get this one nice and tight, like right there. And I can tell right now that one's not very well centered. Let me see how far off we really are. And no, I don't like that. I already can tell I'm going to be disappointed. Yep, it's sucked into that side. Sorry, I'm working over the top of the thing again. I think what I'm going to do is just kind of eyeball this one. I know that I can. I'm going to say right there. Yeah, I think I did good. To be honest, I think I did good. All right, let's see here. Like a glove. It's a little on the wide side, so we do got to suck both those sides in a little bit, but I know I got it at least. All right, there's that one. And there's that one. Sorry. All right. Close enough. We can cut the leads. And then we'll fit this thing right here. Oh, yeah. And it's still a little off. I'm going to suck this side a little bit tighter, yet still. It's centered there, but I need this side to be sucked up yet still a little bit more. There it is. All right. There it is. Haha! So the one thing I don't like about these Vishays, they're nice. They're nice caps, don't get me wrong. But the leads on them are very slender, I guess is the word. Fragile. Like they just don't have any heft to them. And I don't like that. And then we need a 2.2K. This should be our last 2.2 for this side of things. That is all. To me, it's just the leads are not very robust. And I don't like it. I like the, dare I say, the Sprag stuff. I think they've kind of gotten through their little stint of tomfoolery that they were kind of being bludgeoned to death for years ago. I don't know if you're familiar with that whole scandal, but it was the whole deal where they were literally like taking caps that were like way oversized. Like they tried to make them look like the old classic caps, but then they were filling them with like half-size caps. Like they weren't appropriate size or whatnot. And damn it all to hell, that one is just not quite as well centered. It needs to go that way a little bit. Let me show you what I'm talking about. So see this one here? That one looks good, and it's pretty dang good anyway. But this one here, I need it to go that way, just ever so slightly. And I think I can work it with what I got, because the leads aren't super straight. But what I'm gonna do is suck it a little bit tighter on the one side, just ever so slightly. And I think that will allow the other side to pull it over. It's pretty dang close. It's not bad. It's closer. I will live with that. That's good enough. All right. Let's see here. What do we got next in the lineup here? We've got the two that jump the center there. So that is part of our negative feedback. That is going to be a 1 meg with a 560. That's what I didn't grab out, was a 560K. I know that I grabbed out a 1 meg though. So I think, let me grab the 1 meg here if I can find it. There's a 221. There's a 3.3. We're getting down to the last few. There's another 22K. That one's going to be on our, whatchamacallit, there's a 100K. That's our plate resistor. 1 meg. There's our 1 meg. The 1 meg is first in this row here. I'm going to take these out so I don't furk them up. All right. So this is going to go right there. I do got to fit 2 leads in that thing, so I'm going to try to get these nice and tight. Like, I want it like right down on that right there. Okay. There's bent pretty well. I'm going to run with that. You can just kind of see it sometimes. Like, you just kind of know that you got it. And yeah, that worked out pretty good. So I'm going to tighten this side up here. Those leads are a little bit longer than I'd like them to be. They don't need to be quite that long. So I'm going to also shrink them just a skirsh. Especially when you got two leads going into the same hole. If you make one a little bit too long, it makes them kind of a brat to get them to play together in that hole. Or turret, or whatever you want to call it. So, just saying. And I need to grab out a 560. I did not grab out a 560. So, let me grab that real quick. This is not going to have a 560. And I'm quite certain that that's going to be these guys. 470. Uh-oh. Is that a 560K? Yeah, it should be a 560K. Those are 1 megs. I know I got some. I just don't know where I put them. Those are 220s. Hopefully I didn't put them together with the 470s. Boy, is it going to make a liar out of me? I got plenty of 470s. I thought I bought some 560s though. Oh, I know what it is. I know what it is. They don't make 560s in the Dale Vichys. So I had to buy some other values from another vendor. And there it is. There's the 560s. So Dale Vichy does not make 560K. The closest they have is the 470s. So I bought these guys, which are 560s. They are carbon film. We've talked a little bit about that, but I'm going to stick to the high watt schematic. Apparently that is the end all be all value for these to use, so that's what I'm going to use. So in its position, being carbon film, it will not be noisy because it is basically on the ground side of things anyway. So I'm going to do that. There we go. My memory doth serve me well. I knew I got some. I just couldn't remember where I got them. All right, come on, baby. Work for me. This one I want to suck just a little bit tight there. And yeah. Okay. So I need to tighten up this backside a little bit. I think that's going to do quite well. I'm going to go ahead and cut those leads because they are long. I'm going to leave them a little long for now until I get it centered. And there we go. Yeah, that's gonna work. I'm gonna do a little more tighten up on the back side here. Choke it in just a little bit more. There we go. And make it so it'll play well with my 100 or 1 meg. All right, that's this guy here, and that one there. Ta-da! All right, there we go. It'll be a little weird when you're looking at it because you're gonna actually see different values there, or different component types. I think it's the only one like that on here that will be that way. There might be another one. I think I got 100 ohms somewhere that is going to be a little bit different, but I think I got that in the Dale Vichy. All right, let's see here. I'm out of drink. No, I got just a sip left. Here in a moment, I will need to go get something else to drink, but let's keep on moving on. So we got that. Now this other side here is coming off. That is the cathode side of that. So the cathode side of that is 100K. That is 100K. That's this one here. And that goes to there. And I want to get that nice and centered like. I want you centered though. Yeah, right in there. It's going to work, I think. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. And then we're going to go there and there. This is so exciting. This is so exciting. Oh my god. You guys are so freaking awesome for hanging out with me. Dun, 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 dun. Oh yeah, oh yeah. That's centered up real nice like. I like that. I just want to make sure these leads are nice and straight. They are. Okay. Now, I believe these ones here are jumpers, if I'm not mistaken. Let me double check on that. Those are no connection. Those are jumpers. All right, so we are now down to, did I goof up something? No, we got another set of things here. So this is our 22K that we got up coming up next. I know you guys can't see what I'm looking at, and I apologize, but this is for our, whatchamacallit, phase inverter section here now. So that one's not going to be used there. So we've got a 22K. And that's going to be our first one in line off the cathode, and then we got a 2.2K to ground. So this one needs to face this direction. And let's get this one all nice and centered up like. So this one has to share a hole, so I'm going to try to cut it or get it nice and tight. There we go. So now I do not expect much modification on this side of this half of the turret board, because I'm literally lifting it right out of, we're basically doing a high watt output section, and it's straight up a 504 output section that I am basically utilizing. So I know that the circuit is settled, if you will. I'm not going to sweat the small stuff on it, so I don't expect that we're going to have to do any kind of major modifications on that backside there. But some other parts of the circuit, and that's why I left some of those coupling grid stoppers out, is because I do not know for sure how that's going to play or how that's going to work yet. That is centered well enough. I kind of want to suck that one in a little bit more. I know it doesn't It doesn't need to be, but we're gonna get it a little bit tighter. Yeah, there we go. So that one's, I got to share a hole there with it, and I want it to have space on that side for it. And because of that, I also need to cut that just a wee bit shorter. All right, and then the next thing that goes in line is a 2.2K. I'm sorry. There's a 3. I think there was a 2.2 here. One of those was supposed to be a 3, and it was supposed to be this one. It's supposed to be a 3. I kind of biffed it. Yeah, so this is stage 1, 2.2, stage 2, 2. So I kind of biffed it in a regard because this one is a little longer than I need it to be, but happy accident. We didn't mess anything up in that regard. So I'm gonna repurpose this one, and I'm also going to re-straighten those leads with my wood. I'm gonna rub wood. Oh yeah, wood is rubbed. All right. Sorry, ladies. This is a man channel. All right. All right. Right there. Right there is where we're gonna go. Do 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 do. Isn't this so freaking tedious? And this one we want to suck it pretty tight there. There we go. All right, we're gonna cut those leads down because I know it'll fit. We're gonna have some fitment to do because one side is long, one side is short. And let's see how it's gonna fit though, because I know it will center, but yeah, we're gonna be okay. So I'm gonna tighten up the back side. That side is on the longer side. There we go. That's looking a lot more straight-like. And we're going to cut that down just a skirsh. And the front side, we need just to bend a little bit flatter, a little bit straighter. And then we want that to point like so. So now I'm just working it out so the value is pointing up. I like all my values pointing straight up. And ta-da. Ta-da, how you like me now. All right, so this is that 3.3K that I kept moving around. So now I'm going to come back and redo this. So we're going to get this guy. We're going to put him there. Doo-doo-doo. And we want this one to be just on the outside. And right there, I think. Yes. Yes. Come on. All right. Now we're going to put this back in. And we're going to see how this one's going to fit. I know it's going to be a little on the wide side, but one of these sides I know I got to suck up a bit. So let's go ahead and cut this a little bit. We're going to cut it a little on the long side. And that needs to go in. And I can see here too that my 3.3 is not straight up. I want it straight up. And we got to do the same to this side. Done. All right, let's see here. Now I've got to work out the angle of the dangle. Like a freaking glove. All right, there's that. We got just a few more to go here. For the plates, we're doing 100K and an 82K. I need to get those out. I missed those, obviously, as well. 82K. There's a 22, so this has got to be our 82s up here. There's a 56, 82, and 100. So come here, Mr. 100K. There we go. All right. So here's an interesting factoid about the plate resistors on the phase inverter. You want to make sure you get them right. So if you're going to change the values, you kind of want to make sure that it's the cathode fed side that gets the lower value. So you want your first stage, the one that you come into initially to start the flow, that one needs to be 100K, or excuse me, the lower value, excuse me. Let me double confirm on that, but I don't want to make an ass of myself. Yeah, sorry. Other way around. You want your first stage to be the lower value. So your cathode stage, the side that is driving through the cathode via the grid leak resistor, that one is the side that you want to have as the higher value. So I'm going to double check and make sure how I did this here. So for me, pin 1 should be going to a 1 meg. So pin 1 is going to a 1 meg, but it is being fed directly off the cathode of the other thing. And that is pin 2. So I did do that. So I want my 82K to be that one. So my 82K will be that one. So this is my 82K on the inside here. It's not the end of the world yet, but I'm just saying, like, you want to get that one right. It probably won't actually affect anything negatively, but if you're really trying to go for pi balance, and I just don't like that angle that I'm at. If you're really going for pi balance and you want it to be right, that you do got to get right at the very least. Now, historically, in my builds, I go with the same value in both spots, so it doesn't freaking matter. The reason I like using the same values is most of my amps are kind of lower gain, if you will, and I kind of rely on phase inverter distortion to get them where they go when you turn them up. So the phase inverter is like a large part of the equation. So I tune the phase inverter to take advantage of that, I guess, if you will. Now, in other instances, it's not always ideal when you're actually trying to get an output section that is playing nice, i.e. not distorting, staying clean, and doing what you want it to do, which is amplify linearly. So that obviously changes the rules a little bit. So in this case here, we just want to make sure we get it right. That bent pretty well. All right, let's go ahead and cut those leads. Yikes. Come here. Yes. Yes. All right. I think we've only got one left. It's going to be this 10K right here. Which direction I did it gold, starting my thing. So when I do have the stripes, I try to do it in the direction of flow. So I'll pick a side. It doesn't matter. This one's actually technically backwards. The band, the gold color is the, like, I think it has to do with like its accuracy or something like that, like 5% or something like that. Whatever it is, just pick a direction. It's not super or hyper important, but the reason I do that is because it just looks more professional. I am going all out for being professional. So I bend things so everything's facing the same way, and it just, no excuses, right? Now, what I do like about these guys, these are the Dale Vichy. No, these are not Dales. These are just Vichy. But these ones are pretty keen and bitchin'. I like the thick leads. They got like solid leads on them. Now, despite their diminutive look to these, those are actually 2 watts. So these guys here are 1 watts. The Dale Vichys, they're actually rated for 1 watt under a certain voltage and temperature. They derate to a 1/2 watt after that point, in which case, I think This one here, we're going to go, that's straight to the plate, so we're going to go this direction. So does it matter? Maybe. Just be, cognizant of the fact that different resistors have different values or ratings, and they do change rating depending upon depending upon things like temperature and the kind of voltages that you're running with them. So yada, yada, yada. In either case. Okay, so now we got the 47 UF that goes on the ass end here, and I think the rest of these actually go off in a different spot. They are things that go to other parts of the build, or on other parts of the board. We are not going to solder this today. It's for no other reason than we've gotten 3 hours in tonight. I'll save it for some other time. More or less, if I'm going to have any kind of content for tomorrow, we'll need to save it anyway. And I think I'm bored. I'm bored of myself. It's not you guys, it's me. Trust me. I am very well aware. I'm very well aware. I want you to be centered, if you wouldn't mind. And are you? Yeah. It's hard to see. I need just a little bit more light, methinks. Alright, and then that guy we're going to fold down like that. Like so. Okay, well, I'm going to cut these. They're not quite ready yet, but we're going to cut them so I can actually work with the thing and get it centered. This needs to go that direction. And let's see here. Ooh, yeah, it's actually long enough. It popped right on in there. But are we centered? No, we need to come this way just ever so slightly. So what we're going to do is suck it in from this side. So all I'm going to do is zoom, 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 and your boom, boom. What? Just shake your rump. All I want to do is put my zoom, 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 and your boom, boom. Just shake your rump. Did I get that right? I didn't really listen to that genre of music much when I was a kid, but I do remember that song. Okay, yes, that did tighten it up, and that will center. All right, so let's do this here. I'm going to use this guy in hopes of flattening that lead out a little bit better. That is a little bit better. And then I'm going to cut those down just a skirsh. They don't need to be quite that long. And down. All right. Just shake your rump. All I want to do is put my zoom zoom and your boom boom. Just shake your rump. All right. I like it. I like it a lot. All right, so we've only got a few things left in this. This is a 221. I don't quite remember where that one needed to go, but we'll find the home for it. I think I got it out because it was going to be one of our grid stoppers. We need to decide how we're going to do those, though. That one, did I not do that one? I didn't do that one. That's what it is. That guy, what is that guy? What is that guy? That is coming in on the other side. That is another 0.1. That is this guy. All right. And this guy is coming off the plate, so it's going to go in this orientation here. And there's 5 of you. Oh my gosh. We have some super troopers. You guys are awfully quiet, but we do have some super troopers in the chat today. I thank you guys. You guys are awesome for hanging out with me and dealing with my goofiness. I want that to go right about there. There's that. And then this guy, we're going to get it right about there, I think. And we're going to go ahead and cut that because I know this will work. And then I'm going to put this in the thing, and we're going to square it up. Ooh, I don't like that. So it's a little tight on this side, and a little long on that side, so it's not centered very well is what I'm getting at. But let me double check here. Maybe it will work out, because this side is a little wide. So let me tighten this one up and see what we get here. Okay, it falls in kind of nice. Like, I'm going to cut this a little bit shorter. I'm going to push my luck on it. That's more or less what's going to happen here. And see if it, yeah, that's centered up good. Okay. It was just a couple things there. We're all good. We're all good. We all good. We all good. All right, so this goes on another portion of the board. These, what are those? So this is our 223. This is our .022, which I thought that was for our, whatchamacallit. One of these has to have a plate that goes to it somewhere. Did I miss that in my layout? Oh, that's what it is. Okay. Ooh, that's going to be a freaking tight one. I don't know how that's going to work. So we might have to play God with this one. That's something I didn't think about. So this guy right here is supposed to go in the same spot as that 1 meg. And it will fit. It's going to be kind of like this guy, though, where it's like super duper tight. So I have an option, or I have a choice. I can either put the 1 meg on the bottom and then put this over the top of it, or I can put this on the bottom and put the 1 meg on top of that. But because of the way this thing looks like it's going to work out, I think what I'm going to do is put this over the top, because it's just going to be so freaking tight. I don't want to, more or less, I would rather, ooh, man, we're going to have to go a little bit tighter than that. So I guess what I should have just done, hold on, let me unfudge myself here. All right, there we go. Sorry. So I'm just going to bend these leads basically straight down off the sides here, kind of like that, and like that, because that's kind of how we're going to have to do this. And what we'll do is we'll go over the top of that. Yeah, see, that's going to fit quite nice. So we're going to go over the top of the 1 meg, because this one here we're going to want some air, I think. So I'm going to give it just enough length on these leads here so we can have some air over the top of it. And I want to make sure that those are going to go in all nice and straight like. This does look like it's going to fit all 3 quite well. So that'll go like that. It's not exactly pretty, but that is the way that we got to do that. So what I want to do now is make it so those are straight. I want to see that 223 pointing straight up. I think that's good. All right. Ta-da! All right. So there's that. What is this guy? This guy is going to, what is a grid stopper that goes somewhere else. And then this one is a 222. So this is a .0022. I thought there was a spot that one was supposed to go. Let me double check my stuff here. We're going to go 2 here and 2 here. So maybe I got it out because I did. I don't know. We've got a coupling cap that's got to go out. We did that. So that's this one. Then we come out with a .022. That is this one. Then we go out with a .01, which is this one. That's a 103. And then on the last stage, which is this one, we come out with a .0047. That is correct. This is that .022 that went over the top of the 1 meg, so that is correct. I think I might have just grabbed it out as an extra. This is a .022. This is a .0022. I'm sorry. I think I grabbed it just in case. I think I ended up going with a different value here. A 103, yeah. So that's initially what I was going to use in that spot. So this is an extra one. Don't need that. All right. So I need to come up with some decisions on a few parts here and there, mainly the grid stoppers. I got at least 3 of those I need to put in, one here, one there. I'll get a pointer so it's a little bit easier to see. We'll have one that goes here, one that goes here, and another one that goes there. So in those positions there, we need to put some grid stoppers. Now these are all leads that are hot leads. So those come off of the top and go to turret boards or this, that, and the other. So one of these is a ground. So this one here is a ground. This one here is signal in, and it jumps over to here. So that's why the grid stopper is going to go there. And then it jumps from there. We actually run a wire that comes hot off of this guy and goes down into this tube socket. And then these two here, I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, this one's a ground. At least it better be a ground. And then these two here are the signal that goes in. So these two here go into, actually just be easier, you guys can see it. We can actually kind of visualize things a little bit more now. So this goes in here like that. All right, this will set here like that. I just gotta make sure, yep, there we go. So it's literally gonna set in there just like that. Does that make sense? So you can kind of see right here, this is that dual gang pot I was talking about. This is the ground that goes to there. So it's just literally kind of a little short jump over. These two here go to those two right there. So you can kind of see they're really close together. There's a clever layout that got me to where everything kind of fell right where it needed to. These centers here are going to come down and they're going to go to these other two. Well, that's a lie. One is going to go to here. So one's just going to jump straight over to there. I didn't need to put another jumper for it. And then the other one's going to go to this one and that jumps over down. It kind of works out. You can see everything's pretty tight down here, right? So literally these wires here, there's one that comes from here. It just jumps straight over to this. Like I think that is all of like 2 inches or something like that. Let's see here. How long is this thing? This thing is 2.5 inches roughly. So you can see that it's less than 2.5 inches. So that is a pretty short wire run. All of these wire runs, as you can tell, are pretty short, within about 2.5 inches. So the longest wire run I'm going to have in here might be about maybe 5 inches or something like that. But these guys here, this one is going to go across right here. And then there's going to be a wire that jumps across. A bunch of wires are going to jump across here. I think there's 4 of them, or there's actually 5. But this one will jump straight to here. This other one is going to jump straight to here, straight to here, straight to here. And then there's another one that actually comes in right here. Yes, it should be this one, and that connects up to this guy right here. And we will check all that to confirm before we actually do any of the stuff where we put it together. Holy cow, I'm sorry, I didn't realize I wasn't paying attention to the chat. Hold on, let me do some work here and answer some questions or get you your comments. Lone Dog. Let me see here. Grandis Great Tone. Well, I would like to, but I may not carry out the state rules about making video. I think you're going to want to carry out with the rules. I'll let Grant kind of, if he's still here, I'll let him kind of explain it, but more or less, the idea behind it was that we were looking to vet, we didn't want just, you need to be able to handle this thing. This is a 50 watt amp. All right. So if you've got a 25 watt 1x12 speaker cabinet, it's probably not going to do you much good. Right. Or maybe you just started playing yesterday and you only got a Podgo and a pair of headphones or something like that. Right. So you don't actually have a cabinet. We're trying to just weed out those type of possibilities. This thing is upper echelon of build. So we're just trying to make sure that the person that wins it can actually utilize it more or less. We just don't want to end up in a situation where somebody gets it and they can't do anything with it. One of the requirements is that you post a video of this amp when you get it, right? So if you're the winner, you have to post a video of it. Those are in the rules. So it's also kind of a way for us to see that you can make the posts. We don't care if you have a YouTube channel necessarily. Like, you don't have to have 1 million subscribers. That's not what we're asking. We're just asking you to put your best foot forward. It's free. The only thing I think that might be a caveat to the whole free thing is we cannot take care of the shipping taxes, like the tariffs or whatever. We'll ship it to you, but if there's a tariff or some other tax for your country, we found that we cannot pay that ahead. We can't advance that, and I can't say that it's fair for me to have to also try to front that money for you to be able to pay for it. So that is something you need to think about. If you're in one of those types of countries that has a tariff and a VAT or something like that, and they do it based on the value of the product, there's a possibility that you might have to front up a little bit of money. Something to think about. But this is not a cheap amp. Like, we're talking a $5,000 to $6,000 value. It's like, that's the value that we're kind of giving it. I think it's going to be worth more than that when we're done, but you can kind of see this is obviously a step above what you get out of most other places. So that is why that rule is in place. It's just to make sure that who you are serious about wanting and being able to take care and take on this amp, more or less. That's it. So I was away from the computer, but I was listening. Cool. I'm glad thank you for sticking out with me. Encouragement. So that is a big part of what this channel is about. It's not necessarily about me doing giveaways. It's not necessarily about me trying to peddle anything to you. I'm not trying to sell you anything today, or haven't really been trying to sell you anything anyway. As you can see, everything's right there. You can totally lift and shift this if you want. I would say be nice to me and don't do that. But, this is my work that I'm putting into it. But the big part of what this channel is trying to do is encourage and inspire you, the watcher, to do this. You can do this. You can probably do it better than me, to be honest, if you want to put that kind of time in. Lefty Alex, he's in here all the time. And Vessel, as you've probably seen him on here, like, he does great work. He probably does it better than I do. But he's hanging out with us for support and all the other fun stuff. So, you just got to do it. You never know until you do it. Now, is it cheaper to build your own amp? At this level, probably not. I'm not using the cheap parts by any stretch of the imagination. When you got an average cost of about $5 to $6 per capacitor, average cost, it adds up pretty quick. Each of these resistors I use, they're about $1. It's not quite $1, but I think the average price is around 50 to 60 cents each. And after you factor in some shipping on them, unless you're buying hundreds of them, goodness gracious, excuse me, unless you're buying hundreds of them, it's probably going to end up rounding out to about $1 a piece almost. The turret boards are pretty, they're relatively inexpensive. Most of the other small parts are relatively inexpensive. I use the expensive pilot lamp jewel thing. That one's a $13 unit, and I use a fairly expensive impedance selector, another $13 unit. The chassis, unfortunately, the guy that I went to doesn't make them anymore, but the chassis you can expect, about $100. All in with the transformers is probably the single largest purchase. Those are probably, we'll round it out between $300 and $400 or something like that for a set of transformers. About $200 a piece, right? Thereabouts, especially after shipping and tax and stuff like that. So yeah, you're easily looking at $1,500 in parts. This one a little bit more. This one's a little more expensive than $1,500 in parts. I think this one's rounding out closer to the $2,000 mark. One of the transformers in here is literally a $300 transformer. So by the time you start adding everything up, it gets pretty expensive pretty quick. Hours wise, I did a 6-hour video the other day, a 3-hour video yesterday. We've done a 3-hour video today. We did another few hours on top of that, just going through the layout and the design aspect. They're all here. You can watch them and check it out. Do the math on that. We're easily 100 hours into this thing, I think, with the amount of other back end time that I've spent. So I haven't put every second of work online for this. There's been a lot of back end stuff that I did. like this guy right here, the shield that I am utilizing for the transformer. This is a transformer shield that I made. So, you know, this thing's, it took damn near a week to make realistically, but it was literally about 2 days worth of time. So, you know, 16 hours all in on that one. So just lots of little things like that. You can do it. That's what this channel is meant to do, is to try to show you how this works and show you that it is a pain in the ass. It is tedious. It's not just something where you just boop, 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 boop. You know, it's more than that, obviously, but nice case. Oh, yeah. So mine come in exorbitant cases or shells. Okay. Kits. Hell yeah. Of kit building come back. I think it is. I think the industry of kit building is going to come back, and that's kind of more or less what my channel is trying to promote, is that, you know, that whole thing of like, just get a bunch of parts. I mean, it doesn't have to cost you $1,500 in parts to build this. It does not. Like, there's nothing wrong with the cheaper. I'll show you what I mean. So I have some in my stash here. Those generic caps. Let me get a big one so you can actually see it. These generic caps that don't even have a name, right? There's nothing wrong with these. These sound fine. They are great units, and they're about $1 a piece, if not cheaper than that. You don't have to use F&Ts. You know, there's JJs are a little bit cheaper. There's MOD, which is also a little bit cheaper. I'm not a fan of them. The JJs are not very high rated caps. I have some. I will use them if I need to. But point being, you don't have to use $1 resistors. You can use the cheap metal film ones. You can use all the generic stuff and they'll work just fine. Alpha pots are kind of par for the course. They're not exorbitantly expensive. I think some of them are as cheap as like $1.50. I think maybe they round out around $2 or something like that. You don't have to use the expensive jewel lamp. They make a $5 version or a $6 version. Most of the other stuff's relatively inexpensive in and of itself anyway, but you just find what it is that you're looking to do. Obviously, you know, the kits are coming around. So, those turrets, do they actually have a hole? Yes, these ones do have a hole right down the middle. So, I'm going to tell you right now, don't try to overcomplicate the turret side of things. So, you can see here, these ones obviously have a hole down the middle. I can take this thing and drop it in there and it will hold itself still. They make other styles of turrets. The bifurcated ones, don't use the bifurcated ones. The bifurcated ones are a hellish being. Do not use them. Just get this style here. You're good to go. They actually even make boards that already have kind of like the little eyelets that stick up, and they got the holes on the eyelets. You can buy them that way too. However you want to do it, they make a multitude of different turret boards. If you want, you can become a member to my channel, and I do show some of the places where I buy some of this stuff. So I try to provide all the data. So yeah, the turrets, we were talking earlier about how some of these have like different kind of colors and stuff like that. It's just a little odd to me because it seems like I buy them at the same time, but they come to me and they're all different colors. You can't really tell once the amp's put together. I mean, you can probably tell that that one and that one look a little bit different, but by the time you get all the wires and actually solder them and stuff, they change colors enough to be pretty much the same. Let's see here. Watch what's going on. This type of stuff is big and oh, cool. Thank you for subscribing. I appreciate that. And then, sweet. Yeah, stick around. We got more of this coming up for shizzle my nizzle. So yeah, we end up with a nice little container full of these. So what I like to do, this is a me thing. When I start a new project, I like to get a new little container and I just fill it up with all the little pieces. Now I've already thrown a bunch of them away, but at this point from now on or whatnot, we'll have that kind of thing going on. So this is almost what it's going to look like in here. There's obviously a bunch of components that are going to go on here. We're waiting for a few things yet to still come. I have some decisions I still yet need to make. I have the option. Right now, this guy here is sitting up at 3/4 of an inch. It's got 3/4 of an inch standoff. These guys, you can't tell from your angle, but these guys here are currently on 1/2-inch standoffs, and that means there's a slight bit of a height difference between this one and that one. Realistically, it would be nice to bring this one up to 3/4 of an inch so that the wires coming off are the same, but then that means these two are going to be, you know, canted at a slight angle. I'd love to get this one also to 3/4 of an inch. I am waiting on something else to arrive still before I can make that final decision, which is part of the reason why I don't want to touch this side of things yet. Some of these components do span it, and I don't want to have to remove this and risk bending those components. So we're waiting on some other stuff to hopefully arrive in the next few days. And if they arrive in a timely fashion, I can make a definitive decision on what's going to go there and how we're going to do it and move on. But 3/4 of an inch is going to make it a little bit scary. That'll raise this thing up another 1/8 of an inch, if I'm not mistaken. No, another 1/4 of an inch. And we got enough space. It'd work. Whatever. This one we're a little bit space strapped, if you will. I like to make it so everything is repairable later on. So instead of taking this board here and stuffing it further forward, you know, closer to this pot right here, that would give me more space in this area. It would very well do that for me, but then you would never be able to get that pot out to do any repairs on it if you needed to without removing the board. And there's a fair amount of wiring that's going to be jumping across and back and forth. So you don't want to have to do that. If you only need to replace a pot, you need to be able to get it out. So I'm trying to think ahead on that kind of stuff. Most of the problems down here won't exist in such a way where you need to get in there. Everything is going to exist either on the turret boards or in a space where they're a little more easy to get to. So everything in here is designed to be able to get to it if it needs to be repaired. So that's why some of those design decisions were made. Just so you know, this guy right down there is our primary V1 tube. So literally, I mean, I'm literally going to be able to use one of these resistors come straight off the freaking, off the thing and go straight into the tube. It's going to be peachy keen. Sorry, I hold my hands up proper. So yeah, lots of little things. A lot of thought has gone into this. We're trying to make a very, very quiet amp. I don't really have any way to know for sure if that's going to be the case. This thing's pretty tight. I haven't had anything quite compressed like this, and I haven't used a transformer, a power transformer that's quite as sizable as the one that we're using for this build. That power transformer literally takes up this whole space that my hand is in right now. And then of course we've got the output transformer over here. So almost half the amp is eaten up just by transformers. And this is a 17-inch chassis. So there's a lot going on in here. I'm praying to God it's going to be super silent. I'm taking some extra precautions and using a line filter literally at the AC inlet. So that's a huge deal. That guy's going to go obviously right there. We're trying to think ahead and, make it as the best possible amp that we possibly can. So for those of you who have not been here yet, I know there's not too many of you at the moment, but probably most of the people I know are already here and I've already heard it. But this is more or less like a Dumble-ish front end, so preamp. Dumble-ish, and I say it only that because it has a similar topology. It has nothing in common with it at all, realistically speaking. I'm using 2 parallel triodes in the thing, and I am using a dual gang volume pot that controls 2 stages at once. So it's going to have 2 volume controls for the preamp and a master volume. So it's going to have 3 volume controls in total. The way I do my tone controls is different than everyone else. I like non-interactive tone controls, so I will have a bass control that doesn't do anything else other than bass, and it won't affect anything that the mids or the highs are doing. Same with the mids and same with the highs. They will not affect each other. So it's not a conventional tone stack, which also means it's not as lossy, so I don't lose as much gain from the tone stack, and I still get all the control. So I'm very big on that. I suspect with 4 stages of gain, this thing will be pretty gainy. I have this guy right there. That one's only got 3 gain stages, and it's very close to metal levels of distortion. Probably not quite 5150, but you can do some hard rock with it if you want it. That one's more of a train wreck-ish kind of thing going on for it, but it's, again, nothing like a train wreck. Completely different. It's just topology-wise, if you had to say what is it based on or what is it close to, that's it. So this one, Dumble front end, but it's going to be mated to a high watt power section. So you got to get in. So high watt power section, basically from the phase inverter driver all the way through to the power tubes. This will have EL34s in them, and they will, they're going to be ready to spank. So it's different. I don't think anyone else has done that before. This is trudging new ground for me. I've never done this many gain stages in any of my amp designs. I have never done a high watt output section before, and I'm breaking some rules. I'm doing a lot of things with this build that is meant to be a giveaway. It could either blow up in my face and I can make an absolute ass out of myself, or it's going to turn into the greatest thing since sliced bread. I'm shooting for the latter, I should say. This will be a one of one. There will be nothing else like it out there at the moment. I don't know for sure. Hey, what's going on, Dan? Good to see you. Welcome back. I cannot say for sure if I'm going to put this into production or not. We'll kind of see, I guess, based on how it goes. So this is a prototype and an end product kind of in one. So you're getting to kind of see the whole R&D aspect of it, research and development and all that fun stuff. So yeah, it's going to be freaking nice. I think it's going to be amazeballs myself. It won't leave the shop until it is right. So hopefully I get it right quick, because objectively I'm trying to finish this thing. I want to try to have it like in a cabinet by end of April. So I can get it, fine-tuned, all that fun stuff, and in John's hands of grant us glorious tone, right? We're trying to get it in his hands by May or June if we can. That's what we're shooting for. I suspect the actual giveaway will probably happen a little bit later in the year, probably June, July, maybe August, depending on how long he wants to hold on to it. If he really, really likes it, then yeah, obviously he's gonna, probably gonna hold off on giving it away. It is a giveaway, so there's no cost to enter. All we ask is a little bit of your time. And we're talking like 15 seconds. So lone dog, like literally, I know you're kind of reticent about it, but just know that we're just looking for, we want to see your face. We want to see your rig. We want to say, just give us an introduction of you, show us what you got, so we know that we can do this. Conceptual and design phase, and you did consider clean power. Your thoughts on using some varistors? Funny you should ask that. I am using this guy here, which kind of has some of that built into that. This one is it's not a varistor. Well, yeah, it is a varistor, actually. This has line filtering built into it. It also has the safety cap in there. And I am using a thermistor. I have it over here. I have a thermistor that I'm going to put in to give it a slow start. So we're going to use a CL80 on this one here. So this guy here takes care of the line noise, and this guy here helps us get a slow start. We are using a butt ton of capacitance on this thing. We're going to have 200 UF on the first node and 200 UF on the secondary, the screens. So there's a lot of filtering on the front end of this thing. Thank you for found your channel. Oh, thank you, Mr. Oh man, we're gonna call you Parker. Thank you, my man. I appreciate that. Okay. Hell yeah. Just stick around. There's always something. I learn something new almost every day too. So just keep watching. How do you join it? So just in the description of this video and several others that this video is in the playlist of, all have the description on how to do it. Grant Us Glorious Tone, which the gentleman that just posted just before you, he also has the information on his channel. It's pretty simple. It's pretty simple. You do have to email him, but basically provide us a short video just proving who you are, and you know, just show us your rig. It's more or less just, hey, my name is so and so, check it out, I got this nice nifty little guitar over here and I run through this pedal board, I would love to win this amp. That's it. That's all we want. There's something like that to let us know that you are willing to jump a little bit of rope. All right. When you do make modifications or you change a component, I'd like to know your thinking for, okay, that part's the hard part. And in some videos, I have a butt ton of videos. There's some basic series that I have out there. There's a couple other ones, and some of the stuff I'll end up putting in my subscription side of things. But when that time comes, we'll have to go through that. It's not something I can tell you just hot off the, you know what I mean? I can tell you why I would do it, but it doesn't mean anything until you, how do you explain it? It's like one of those things you kind of have to experience it to know it. You just kind of learn over time, like what it is that you're looking for. And when it's doing XYZ thing and you want it to do not XYZ, you just kind of know. So I'll try to make a video that kind of helps with that, but it's difficult without actually having it happen. Like, it's not tangible, I guess, or quantifiable. You mentioned some change into, it sounds like it was something different. No. So what it is that if you go through those videos and you're looking at the schematic and you're looking at the layout, what I've said is do not treat it as gospel. Do not copy it verbatim and think that it's going to be right. That is an unsettled design. So what I'm trying to say is it's caveat emptor. There are some things that are different. The values are just values. I put them there. I don't know if that's what they'll actually be in the as-built, right? Pretty close. I'm pretty sure that they'll land in that general vicinity, but there's a lot of different little things here and there that may change. Things like in the power supply where I have a 10K, a 6.8K like this guy right here. The 6.8K may not be the value that I end up with. I might need more or less voltage feeding the preamp side of things. So this might change. Same with these 10Ks that are there and there. I might need more or less voltage over here. We don't know. I don't know. I'm pretty decent at the math, and there is math to kind of get a rough idea. And then you kind of have this like window, if you will, that you're trying to shoot for. But until you actually hear it and can actually measure the voltages, it's just a guesstimation at that point. Some other things that I'm doing different is like the bass control. I show it one way. That's not the way I'm doing it. And the only reason I didn't change it was because I'd already made the schematic that way. And it just looks messier to try to do it the way that I was looking to explain doing it. You'll also notice if you look on like the earlier videos, I don't put any of the tone controls in there. In fact, I don't even show the volumes correct. So there's like little things like that where I'm just trying to load you up on the fact that this is an experimental design. I have a rough schematic that is not the as-built. So if you build it, it'll probably make noise, but I'm not saying it's going to make glorious noise. Purpose of the change, no matter what it is. Yeah, we'll go through that when the time comes. Because right now, like, it won't. There's nothing quantifiable to show for it. I could say that changing the plate resistor is going to do XYZ, but that's all it's going to do is tell you that it'll change XYZ, and all that stuff. Most of that data is in other videos that I have out already. Not that I want to have you go on the hunt, but if you look at my building basics series, it has some of that stuff in there. Kind of gives you an idea of what does what, or why you would choose this or why you wouldn't choose that, etc., etc., etc. It's certainly not something you can do in one video. And this one being now creeping up on the 4-hour mark probably isn't a good time to go over that right now. But thank you. Do stick around. Those answers will get, those questions will get answered. Blah, blah, blah. Are there any other things that anybody is curious about since we're here right now? What I can tell you is that I don't know if you've seen any of my other videos. The last giveaway is a great example of a video series to watch to kind of get an idea of how things are going to work out. I'm not saying that I'm going to go to another country to deliver this, to hand deliver this, but the last giveaway amp, I flew with amp in hand to Sweden to deliver it. So this isn't like a joke either. Yeah. Well, that's the beautiful thing. This is live. Now it sucks that you'll have to go back and rewatch it, but it is on YouTube. I'm not going to delete it. It's not going to be behind a paywall, if you will. So you always got the opportunity. So hit the like button, subscribe, and come back. I do put everything I have into playlists nowadays. So this one here, obviously, it's the new build series or whatever. New giveaway amp something or other. It's relatively recent, so it'll be easy to find. Yeah. Thank you, Lone Dog. That's what we try to do. This isn't necessarily a business for me, so that's partly why I can give this stuff away. Take care, my man. Thank you, Mr. Parker. I appreciate your time and dialogue. And have fun at school. Yeah, I'm just trying to get you to be able to do it yourself. Like I'm not trying to sell you anything right now. Like I don't have enough of a base of people that are interested in buying what I got, mainly because nobody's actually really heard what I've gotten. And if you've watched some of the videos that I have done sound samples of, they're generic to some degree. The one that I spent probably the most amount of time on to kind of to give it a good representation was the last giveaway that I did. So there is another giveaway series. It's called the 5E3 or something like that. Something 5E3 giveaway amp or whatever. I can't remember the name of the series off the top of my head, but it's the last giveaway series that I did, and it is a 5E3 style amp. If you go through my shorts, it shows you what it sounds like. It was before I showed my face. But we just try to inspire you to be able to do it yourself. Eventually, we are going to move in the direction of having more production ready. I use my quotation fingers because I'll have a group of amps ready to actually sell, if you will. Right now, there's only a couple settled designs. This is one of them here. So that is my 18 watt design there. That design is settled. I know that that one is ready to go. So if you're interested in an 18 watt amp, that is the one. I have this guy here, which is a 50 watter, and that one's kind of like the train wreck style one I was mentioning. This one's still in getting buttoned up. It's still in the R&D stages, if you will. It's getting close though. I think I'm just about as happy with it as I can be. This is a 30 watt, and it's using an EF86 in the front end to push into a fairly standard, output section for a 30 watt. It is not an AC30 though. It has nothing really in common with that. And it is not like the Rocket or whatever. It's not like a train wreck Rocket, even though it has similar attributes to both of those. It's its own little beast. That one is still also getting kind of R&D worked out. The Atlas down there, you can see it actually has a faceplate on it, which obviously means it's very, very close. It's probably the closest one of these that is done. This one is unique in that it is a dual path amp. So it has two channels that are always on with each other. They run in parallel. It has a 12AX7 that is my parallel triode design and an EF86. They always run in parallel with each other, and you can alter which of the two you want, or which one of the two you want more of. So that one's pretty cool. It does a neat thing, and it's 6v6. It's plopping out about 18 to 20 watts. It's a little bit better than 18 watts, but that's a cool little toy. It's got just a little bit of buttoning up to do. That one I don't think is ever going to be a production amp. This one will probably just be a one-off, and I'll just hold on to it. If somebody ends up being interested in it, I'll make it for them. But this thing, it's called the Atlas for a reason. It's very heavy. It's way over engineered. It's got a 45 watt transformer in it. It's an 1820 watt amp. It's got a 300 power transformer that's rated for probably 2 to 3x what it needs to be for the tubes that it's running. It's got a choke that's way bigger than it needs to be. The thing is a pretty gnarly little beast. It's fun to play. But now I have the 5E3, which that is a settled design. My 5E3 style build, it's called the Peacemaker. It's a pretty nifty, it does the thing, right? It's a 5E3 style amp. It does kind of what a 5E3 does. That's all I can say about that one. Another design that I have that is settled and ready for sale is what I call the SLS, which is the sweet little sister. It is a 5 watt amp. It uses an EL84 and it uses my parallel triode stage. That thing sounds gorgeous. It is a clean amp. That's what it's meant to be, but it's a solid 5 watts of clean power, and it just does what it's supposed to do. And it sounds glorious all the way up. And if you want it to grind and do all that growly stuff, it can kind of do that. The only reason I say it can kind of do that is that you'd have to punch it to do it. So you'd have to put a dirt pedal or a boost pedal in front of it to get it there. It's truly meant to be a clean amp, and it sounds beautiful. Hence why it's called the sweet little sister. Overprice them, take offers. One of these days I will. More or less, I'm not probably going to sell these 01s. This one will be labeled serial number 01. The Peacemaker that went out was labeled serial number 01. So these other ones here are the 01s. Those ones I'll probably keep because they're not on the giveaway list. When I finish these up and put them in cabinets and stuff where they're all complete, more or less like this one, then yeah, we're going to definitely do some more show and tell, if you will. But for the most part, I haven't really done any show and tell. So the EF86 thing, I can't really say that anything led me down that path. I was just trying to do something that no one else was brave enough to do. There are a few amps that have them, but they're not really current production. I think there's maybe a couple of Dr. Z's that have them. There's some oddballs out there, of course, that have them. When I was first starting to design my 30 watt here, it started off as my parallel triode, right? I wanted it to kind of start off life as a bigger version of that guy. So this is my 18 watt. That is literally a single parallel triode right into the phase inverter. This thing is a badass beast. It is so much fun. It does clean and it does mean. It does it all. And it's a solid 18 watts. I think it's solid 18 watts. In either case, enter that guy there. I was trying to break the rules. I was trying to see how low in voltage I could go and how high in primary impedance I could go with the output transformer and still kind of get the sound that I'm looking for. So one of my big things is that my amps are over-engineered, and they're over-engineered in a way in which way that I feel that they will last the longest. I don't want parts burning up. There's no need for parts to burn up. So oversized transformers, bigger than they need to be, this, that, and the other, right? Well, this one's been fighting me a little bit, and I couldn't quite get the snot out of it that I wanted with just a single 12AX7 driving, a phase inverter with 4 EL84s, right? So enter the EF86. So that was what kind of opened me up for that. So this guy put an EF86 in it, and that gave me the snot that I needed to drive this amp into glorious go. Just rah-rah. That's what brought that on. It just happened to be that this guy I was trying to make another design with, and it went a completely different direction. It completely derailed. And I finally came down to a point where it's like, well, I got all these holes in this amp, and I'm going to fill them. So how am I going to fill them? I'm going to put a dual path amplifier where they're always in parallel at all times, and I'll do one as a 12AX7 and the other as an EF86, so you can have your clean to mean. Like, it does it all. If you want the beautiful, gorgeous cleans, it does that. If you want it to be a little raunchy, it'll do that too. It just ended up being that in order to get it to where I wanted it, it also turned out to be highly over-engineered. You can run larger tubes in it. You can, right now it has 66s. I'm on the fence about converting it into a fixed bias amp, and I probably will, just because I have the power and whatnot to do it. Initially, that's how it started, was cathode biased, and that's just kind of where it landed at. I went to fixed bias and then I went back. It doesn't, I don't like it with anything else other than the 6v6s. Whatever it is, for whatever reason that is, they just work really well in there. I tried KT66s. It sounds fine. It just doesn't do the thing. And that's the whole thing, is with my amps, they have to do the thing, not just a thing. They have to do the thing. So this one's going to do the thing. I suspect this one to have rather creamy overdrive. We're talking Dumble, so it's supposed to be Dumble-esque. So creamy overdrive, a lot of sustain, so you can have more fluid leads, I guess, if you will. I don't suspect this one's going to be like a super shredder amp, but I think it'll get heavy enough that you could go that route if you wanted. But it's more like, think Joe Bonamassa and that kind of thing, right? So it'll have characteristics. Joe Bonamassa, I know everybody wants immediately to go to the Dumbles for him. That's not what he's using to get that sound. He's actually using a Silver Jubilee. So he's using a Marshall, and then he stacks the other amps on top of it with it. So I have never had a matchless or a bad cat myself. So I've heard them over the years. So I've been a sound engineer for 25 years or more. Obviously a musician for 30 some odd plus years. But as a sound engineer, I've gotten to do sound for, the last time I made count of it, it was like 4,000 something bands. It's a lot of bands. I used to do nothing but showcases for many, many years. Names you've heard of, the whole nine. And over the years, I've gotten to see and hear many of these rarities, if you will. I've had a couple Dumbles on my stage. A couple of them just sound like normal amps. There was one that the guy actually did that Dumble thing. He made it work. I can't say that there's anything spectacular about them, at least from what I've heard and seen. It's just, I think the way that they're played and that style of playing, which I actually like, suits that style of amp pretty well. So that's kind of why I shot down this angle. I hadn't done it yet. I hadn't made that many gain stages. So years ago, I used to be into the high gain thing, or higher gain thing. I've had 6505s. I've had, PV Ultras. I have a PV Triple X currently. Higher gain stuff. I actually neutered a JCA 50H, basically a Sedano Avenger circuit. You get what I mean. What I found with them is I don't like the clean channels on any of them. You cannot have an amp that does everything, right? You can't have an amp that has that amount of gain, it seems, and have a nice clean channel, or an in-between sort of thing. It's like they do that one thing that they do, and that's about it, it seems. I didn't like effects loops. Every time I'd use the freaking effects loop, something was up. I'd either get more noise than I wanted, or the tone would change, or something. Like, it didn't sound good. It didn't sound right. I didn't like it. It was bothersome to me. And then, of course, when you have an amp with that much gain, you can't put anything in front of it. So I like my reverb and I like my delays. So you just got to get tricky with all these different ways to play your freaking amp. And I just decided, like, I didn't want to deal with that anymore. So I was like, an amp should be able to play clean, and it should be able to do mean. Like, if I want to use it clean, that's great. I got pedals, I can throw it in front. If I need it to have any kind of distortion and I want it to be mean, we can do that too. And then we can deal with the effects and all that after the fact. Well, that's where this guy came in. It was absolute beautiful cleans. It does the clean thing. Absolutely stellar. And then, yeah, if you are into turning it up loud enough to hear what 18 watts will do, you'll be surprised. It gets there. It does that thing. I'm not a huge fan of high wattage. Like 100 watts to me is just too much. I think at 50 watts, you've kind of gotten all you need. Honestly, I kind of feel like even at 30 watts, you kind of got all you need. Now, obviously, different players have different ideas. I'm not a metalhead, so I don't really do that thing at that level. I've been there, I've done that. That's kind of why I don't have a 6505 plus anymore. I never, even when I was playing in a band where I could turn it up to that level, I never did. It was always on 2 or 3, and that just seemed to be the loudest you ever needed it to be. So I never saw any value in the 100 watt amps. Never got to use them to that level. It seemed like the 50 watt amps, that's where I had fun. When I had the JCA 50H, it never did quite sound all that good to me. But what was nice is a lot of the gigs that I did, I actually had to turn it up enough where you could actually hear the output section starting to do some work. And I liked it. It actually had that feel I was looking for. It kind of had the glue on the fingers. That was important to me. I like that, the feel. That's kind of a thing for me. But that's why I kind of feel like that's the end of the line, realistically. If you can't get what you need out of 50 watts, 100 watts really isn't going to get you much further. That's a personal opinion. But 30 watts, every time I've ever been in played through a 30 watt, it's always been more than loud enough. It might not do true cleans, but nobody these days plays true cleans anyway. Like, no joke, like somebody's like, oh, here's my clean tone. It's all, and you're just like, what the hell? That ain't a clean tone. Like, I'm talking about you, Fluff. Riff Beards and Gears or whatever. Is that what his name is? Fluff? Yeah, his clean ain't clean. He knows it though. I'm teasing, of course, but when I think of clean, I think clean, like absolutely pristine clean. So it's just a different mindset and attitude, of course, and how you view it and see it and all that jazz. But I don't know. You got to be able to get all the way in between both. So that's kind of what started me down that path, was just like, okay, I want an amp that does this type of sound, right? So each one has like a different character, a very different character, but they all have one thing in common. They will do clean, and they will do beautiful cleans, and they will do the mean. Currently though, this amp is kind of a breakaway from my general topology. So I've got like 6 or 7 different designs currently, and most all of them are all output based distortion, which is to say that it is the phase inverter and the power tubes that are distorting. There is no intermediate gain stages. The Atlas is a great example of that. It is a parallel triode and an EF86 in parallel that goes straight to the phase inverter. There's no intermediate gain stages, that kind of thing, right? So same with the 18 watt, same with a 30 watt, right? And then my SLS, of course, is just one gain stage that goes straight into the power tube. In that case, it's a 5 watt single-ended Class A thing. So there's all kinds of different mindsets to how this stuff goes down. I've talked about it, and there's another video I did a while back called "Why Are Guitar, Amp Builders So Weird?" It was kind of a tongue-in-cheek way of explaining why I'm a weirdo, but it's a mindset. Everybody kind of has their idea of what makes these things do what they're supposed to do, and some people just have a great story. I don't have a great story. I don't think anybody's that interested in my history and just in general. Whereas if you get somebody like Ken Fisher of Trainwreck fame, like there's all kinds of stories, there's all kinds of mythology, there's all kinds of this, that, and the other surrounding him, and he's interesting in that regard. And he had to die for his amps to become worth what they are. You got Alexander Dumble, another example of a guy who's just a little out there, fairy pixies floating around inside your tubes that make, electrons do their thing. Like literally just a little on the fringe of normal. And he was a kooky guy, and he did what he did, right? He's famous. He's also now dead. So, his stuff is really going to be worth something here pretty soon when they start hitting the market again. you got just a bunch of these different people that and they just seem to have like these traits about them. They're generally a little kooky. Bob Zika is a good example. He's kind of got some of those Ken Fisher vibes in terms of how he thinks about certain things. Like running the wire a particular direction and never changing that direction. Right? You have to plug this end into the amp and that end into the speaker every time. That kind of stuff. So, those little oddities, and those are the names that and those are the people that are, sought after and all that jazz. Aside from that, so good story, you have to be a good businessman. Obviously, if you can't keep a business afloat, it doesn't do you much good. And then just you have to know somebody at some point in time. It doesn't matter if you make the world's best amp and you're the world's kookiest guy, you have to get that amp in the right hands. Is it Three Monkeys? Yeah, Three Monkeys is a good example of that type of thing. You've got the guitar tech for the guitarist for Aerosmith, and you got the guitarist for Aerosmith that basically built that company. So two of the guys know each other. One of them's world famous, yada yada yada. And now you've got Tracy Gunn of supposedly Guns N' Roses fame. I don't remember him being in there at all. I don't know much about Tracy Gunn, but Grant, I'm sure if he's in here now, his ears just perked. But so Tracy Gunn, all of a sudden now can build guitar amplifiers. He's been playing guitar for 30, 40, 50 years or whatever. He's got some level of fame. He's an interesting character. He's whatever. Now all of a sudden he's building essentially kit amps, like they're Mojo Tone kit amps, and he's selling them. You can buy them. So at some point, you kind of got to have all three of those little ingredients: a story, know somebody, and be a reasonably good businessman. I'm gonna try to get that in the shop. But you know what I mean? I'm not saying anything bad about Tracy Guns. I'm just saying it's kind of odd that all of a sudden, out of the blue, you got, hand built out of his house or whatever. It screams money grab to me, but I could be wrong. I don't know. I could be wrong. But I've seen some of the work that he's pumped out, and it's par for the course. It's not great. It's not horrible. It works. Steven Tyler. Oh, cool. Yeah. Ooh, computer problems. That sucks. I never got to work with them. I did a thing with Steve Stevens once or twice. He's a cool cat. That guy can freaking play. Like, you can tell he's like classically trained. Like, that motherfucker shreds. So, whatever. There's stories, people, things, business, all that kind of stuff. I'm settled. I have a day job. This is a side thing for me. YouTube is something I never thought in a million years I would be doing this crap right now that we're watching. Those are gonna. Okay. Sweet. Hey, you get to meet them. That's all that matters. It's opportunity. So yeah, I was a sound engineer for 25 years. So I've done music my entire life, and it literally comes down to one moment in my entire life that brought me to this point. And it was my mom when I was in middle school. It was my 8th grade year. And my mom's like, "Hey, you like girls, right?" "Yeah, I like girls." And she's like, "Well, that girls like guys that play guitar, right?" And I'm like, "Sure, And she's like, "Well, they have a guitar class. Do you want to play guitar?" And I was like, "Hell yeah, I like girls." You had me at girls. Hey, that's all that matters, man. Hell yeah. But so from that point on, I was playing guitar, and then I got out of high school, and probably 4 or 5 years after that, I was doing sound. And I did that I still kind of do it. I do it more as a moonlighting thing now. I just do it when it makes sense to do it. Right around COVID. COVID was not nice, by the way. As most musicians know, it was pretty much a hard stop. And I thought about going back in. I would probably be making 2x the amount of money I'm currently making if I had. But the wife was like, I kind of like it that you're home now. Because I used to be gone. I did a lot of corporate work, so I was 3 weeks out of the month, I was gone. I'd come home for a day or two every week, and you know, long enough to run in the house, do my laundry, kiss the wife, and head back out on another flight. And, you know, I was just traveling all over the country doing sound and whatnot. So that's what you do. And it was doing pretty good. I was getting up there, but got to do some really cool stuff. But needless to say, COVID came around. That came to a hard stop, and then it was just a matter of, well, what do I do now? And the wife's like, well, I kind of like it that you're home, so why don't you not travel anymore? And I was like, well, you know, I'm gonna make less money, right? She's like, yeah, I'd rather be home. So I took on another job. Now I'm an IT technician during the day. So my day job is I do IT. So kind of the same as you in a sense, or did or whatnot. But so I'm not hurting for anything. I can afford to do this kind of stuff on the side. Now the whole YouTube thing was just, when I was doing this, I wanted to try to kind of chronologue what it was I was up to and just kind of see how my attitude towards things changed over time, or have some way to reference back to what I was doing before versus what I'm doing now. And next thing you know, I started building subscribers, and I was just like, are you kidding me? Like, people actually want to watch this crap? I don't feel that I'm that interesting. I was the talking hands guy. That's why this view is so popular with my stuff. And next thing you know, you get 1,000 subscribers, and then you reach up to 2,000. I'm the guy you got to know. Yeah, right, John? So yeah, I'm just like blown away. Like, are you kidding? I got 1,000 freaking subscribers now. I can actually monetize these things. Like, what the hell? Like, no way. All right, cool. Well, let's just keep going then. So here we are now. I started doing the giveaways about a year ago at this point. And I mean, this is the giveaway number 2 at this point, realistically, but there'll be more to come. I'm not going to say that these are going to be like everything that you watch is going to be me doing those. I need to actually do videos where you learn like what it is I'm doing. Like you were asking some questions about why you would do this, that, and the other. Lately, I have not been pumping out much content that is focused on that, which is kind of not a good thing. I actually need to put some content out for my subscribers. I got a few of those guys, so I need to make sure that they're happy. But shout out to Tracy. I'm so inspired. Bastard class, right? I know it sounds like I'm poo-pooing on Tracy Guns. I've seen the inside of what he's learning, whatever he's peddling. It's not this great. Let me tell you right now, it is not this great of amp. But hey, he's Tracy freaking Guns, so he can sell it. So that was the other big thing too, is like, you know, I was tired of buying crap. You know, you buy like, you know, I got a little igniter tweaker. That's another project I need to do. And it's just, it never was that impressive to me. I have, you know, a PV Triple X still. It's like, it does a thing that works. The only reason I kept that amp is of all the high gain amps that I have, that one actually has a usable clean channel. The other 2 channels on it, the dirty channels, like they're so close to being the same that they're useless to me. I don't use that much gain. So it's like, you know, I don't use one at lower gain and the other one at higher gain. Like they both have more gain than I need. And I don't really need 3 channels. So I really only use it as a 2-channel amp. But like things like that were starting to frustrate me. And then as you work on these things a little bit more, so I've been doing amp type stuff, modifying or repair type stuff for years now. I've been into electronics since I was a kid, but you just get tired of seeing like the shortcuts. You know, I had a Crate Blue Doo-Doo. That was one of my first real amps when I was a kid. You know, that was what I could afford, and on occasion it would have a problem, and I have to get in there and fix it. And it was just kind of bullshit when you look in there and realize they used a fucking tantalum. You know, like, sorry, I don't mean to curse, but tantalum, you know, capacitors, they are superior at doing certain things. They do not belong in guitar amps. You should never ever see a tantalum freaking capacitor in a guitar amp. I don't care how good it does at the job that it's there for. It's just not a thing that belongs in an amp. So I had a problem obviously with that. So I had to redesign the section around that. Little things like that, right? It's always these stupid things that you're just like, why did they do this? Why did they do that? Why is the backside of this mini pot that's in this $1,000 amp starting to fall apart, right? So, you know, you look inside the igniter tweaker or whatnot, and it's like, yeah, it's built well enough. But when I took that apart, I have another video. They used thicker wire going to this little mini LED that's the pilot lamp, right? They got this thick wire, like it's ridiculously thick for this mini freaking LED, but yet they're using the thinnest wire known to man for all the heaters. The thing that's actually drawing current in that amp is using the thinnest wire in all of the amp. And the thing that's drawing the least amount of current in the amp has some of the thickest wires in the amp. It's like that kind of stuff just baffles my mind. Other things like the Black Star, the Dirt Star amps. Grant has a nice name for them. You know, like those things, they're using SMT components. They kind of fudge a little bit about what they are. They say they're all tube and stuff like that. No, it's a FET or something like that driving a tube, but it's all SMT and it's all bullshit. Like it's all, you know what I mean? They're selling this thing for like $1,000 and it's literally got $25 worth of parts in it. Sans the freaking transformers, but I know that you can get the transformers pretty cheap when you buy them in bulk from China, right? So you're spending a lot of money for these things, and you can see it just a race to the bottom. Like everything is about cheapifying everything to the lowest common denominator. And then you look at other companies like BAD coming in with Synergy, Friedman, and all these other guys, and they're still charging you premium dollars for these amps. It's amazing that they get them as cheap as they do. But considering what they are and what they should be, they're too cheap, and they're that price because they are racing to the bottom. They are trying to find the cheapest way to make this thing for you. And one of those things that Morgan, Friedman, and some of these other amp companies, you know, Tone King used to do some pretty weird stuff. They used their little triangular turret board thing, whatever it was, and they did vertical like componentry on it. So it was a stacked board, so it was stacked, one board here, and the parts went across it vertically, and then they put it upright inside of the amp. Like some crazy stuff. Like this is what they used to do. Not anymore. That's not what you're buying anymore. The Sky King is a pile of shit now. If you buy a Sky King today, it is not the same Sky King that you bought 10 or 15 years ago. It's been badified. So those types of companies are cheapifying things. They're taking what used to be a turret board where you actually had to hand component wire all that crap, and they put a PCB trace on it. It looks like a turret board, but they replaced the turrets with eyelets, and the eyelets are actually connected via a PCB trace to some other spot on the board. So it looks the part. It's not the part. It's cheapified. Like they literally cheapified it. It's crap like that pisses me off. PCB boards do not belong in guitar amplifiers. They always have a problem. Given enough time, they will have a problem. And you might get 1 or 2, maybe 3 repairs out of it before it goes up completely in smoke. But this amp here, you're never going to have a problem with it. And if you do, because you never say never, but you know, you can see it. You saw how I put it together. Like everything is freaking there. Like it's easy to freaking touch. Over-engineered. Absolutely can do. Like it's repairable beyond anything that a PCB amp can offer. Now, there's a downside to turret board amps. It's very difficult to get a 3-channel one. It's very difficult to get the ones that got all the bells and the whistles and all the switches and the doodads. So yeah, they're not really good for people that like having the kitchen sink and everything else along with it. But you know, if you're into just having an amp that does what it's supposed to freaking do, which is sound freaking good, no matter where it's set at, that's why you get into doing this kind of stuff. So I think we have had enough. There's 7 of you. I'm shocked that there is. But I want to thank you guys for hanging out with me as long as you have. I had a great time. We kind of spent the last hour just yip-yapping about absolutely dick all, but you got to know me a little bit. You kind of got to know some of the history as to why this came to be. We're going to go somewhere. I got somebody I got some text messages coming through. Nothing important though. This thing is going to be a hell of a beast, and you can kind of see it start to come together. It's starting to look the part. I got some decisions I need to make. As I mentioned, I need to decide what I'm going to do for grid stoppers, if I'm going to use them at all. The beautiful thing is I can put 0 ohm resistors in there, basically a straight wire. 420, you're late. We're just starting to close shop right now. But thank you for coming in either way, and thank you for making a post. I appreciate that. But yeah, we're starting to close up shop right now. But the hope is in the future. Yeah. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that, and thank you for just listening to me anyway. So, the hope is that this thing will be, it could be playable by the end of the week. I have some decisions I have to make. One of those decisions is whether or not I'm going to build this board as it is, and not worry about the effects loop fitting in here. The effects loop is coming from another channel on YouTube. You may have heard of him as Elam's 1849, I believe is his channel. He did a video about a year ago about an effects loop that he designed and built. I have purchased from him that effects loop. It's called the Parallax. We're going to put the Parallax in this guy here. So that's got to fit in this zone right here, but it will extend over the top of the turrets here. So I do need to make sure that the turrets are low enough that they don't interfere with the board when it gets placed in there. So currently this board and these boards are at 2 different heights. They're only off by about 1/8 of an inch or something, or 1/4 of an inch, excuse me. But the decision is whether or not I raise this up and try to get the effects loop like way down on the chassis, or leave them where they're at, knowing that I can fit it pretty much in the middle. If I leave it where it's at now, I can build it as it is, and we can have it together by the end of the week, I think, and possibly making noise. We will do another video probably tomorrow, and we will actually perhaps solder all this stuff in. I got to figure out exactly what we're going to do and how we're going to do it. I haven't decided yet how we're going to do all that. I got some decisions I still got to make, and there's something about this thing that was bugging me, so I'm going to change that up right now. There it is. It's more better. Anyway, decisions. Things got to get done. As far as functional parts, I have everything here that I need with everything that I will need in order to make this a possibility to happen this week will be here this week. This came today. I got some bolts that are coming on Wednesday, and that means as soon as Wednesday, we'll be able to put transformers in here. By then, it's possible that this will be soldered up, which means Friday, Saturday, we could start wiring this thing up, which means by Saturday, Sunday, it could be fired up. So, so do stick around. If you're not already subscribed, click the bell for notifications. I'm not trying to peddle anything, but if you're interested in how this is going to go, I'm doing it entirely live. So that is what time? Usually about 5 in the afternoon. So I do, like I say, I work during the day. So I live in California. So I'm on California time, whatever that is, SPT, Standard Pacific Time, or whatever the hell that is. So 5 o'clock is generally about when I'll go live. So tomorrow, if I do go live, that's the time that I'll probably do that. I may take the day off tomorrow. Soldering this won't take that long. I mean, we're talking maybe an hour, but it would be nice to be able to load the transformers into here and solder this up kind of in one go. Another thing that we got to do, hell yeah. Another thing that we got to do is run the heaters. I do not need the transformers to do that at this point, so I can. Those are the other little things I have to do. So a lot of these components are actually going to come back out, but the plan is to try to have this done by this weekend. If not this weekend, it'll be middle of next week or next week sometime. But just kind of depends on how I feel. I've been at this now for, I think this is the 4th day in a row, or third, at least the 3rd day in a row. So I'm kind of needing a little break, to be honest. But Desert Empire, the old timers. Oh, okay, it's Palm Springs. So that's what I thought was like. Gosh dang it! I know the Desert Empire, so I know what you're talking about there. With a big radio voice. I don't have a big radio voice. I'm working on that. As I get older, it seems to get deeper, but we're almost there. But yeah, thank you so much, you guys. I think we're gonna call it there. So with that, take care. Have a wonderful evening. We'll see you on the next one. Goodbye.